Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the German Poker Days. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Hope you're all very well. On this Sunday evening, we are in for a very late stream. Make sure you get yourself some coffee or refreshments. This is going to be a late one. Starting late and finishing early. My name is Action Dan. I will be your broadcaster for the duration of this event. We will play down to a winner, I will say tonight, but it will be early hours of tomorrow morning when we have crowned yet another champion at the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Cards are underway. Up in the air they go. And you will notice we have brand new graphics, loads of new features. 110 players remaining from a starting field of 2,464. An astonishing amount of entries. Small blind 25k, big blind 50k with a 50k running big blind ante. And it is Happy. The last of his chips going over the line. Very first hand with ace 10 of hearts. Action right away from the get-go. Daniel calling with his last four big blinds at ace 9 off suit. And it looks like that's after getting the pocket eights to fold. Wow, what a hand to start things off here. We love action on this channel, and we've got action right here, right now. Happy all in for 10 big blinds. Daniel calling off his last four bigs, and Brian having both players well covered, playing a whopping stack of 70 big blind and the decision. What a start for Brian, but it's not over yet. And he's just moved all in for 70 big blinds. Not sure what the exact effective stack is, but having the table covered anyway. So it is Brian having two players at risk and way ahead. 67% here with the Kings of Kings. Happy 19% with his ace 10 of hearts, and Daniel just 13% with his ace 9 off suit. Three-way all in, first hand of the day. Jack 9 8 all hearts. What a flop for Happy. Happy Gamble Hayes has flopped the world here and is set to triple up. Turn is the 5 of spades, and that seals the deal for Happy. Big enough hit for Brian, but he can well afford it. He still play a stack of over 3 million, which is still good for 60 big blinds. Daniel has been eliminated. Happy will triple up, and Brian will take a hit of about 1/7 of his stack. This guy, a German GG Poker superstar. There's that man there, just tripling up. Eco ace 10 off suit under the gun. see in the top right hand corner of your screen, it will tell you how many players are left, the starting field. The bottom right hand corner of the screen tells you what tournament you're watching, what the blinds levels are, the size of the pot, and how many hands you have got to listen to me commentate on. Eco coming in for a raise to 110k. Folded all the way around to the cutoff. Now Brian with ace jack off suit. This guy is off the poker 1 team. Does defend, the flop coming king, queen, 4. Good shot, straight draw for Eco with his ace 10 off suit. Same for Brian, and it goes check, check, and the turn is the king of diamonds. $160k is the bet from Brian, putting the pressure on Eco. We'll get him to fold some small pocket pairs. Also stops himself from getting bluffed. Brian with the bet of 160k and Eco calling. River is the 5 of diamonds. 665k up for grabs now in this pot. And a check from Eco. Brian going to take this one away from his opponent. He's going to put pressure on a queen here, but I don't think he expects a queen to fold. I think this bet is targeting a hand like 10s, 9s, pocket 8s, 7s even. Any pair really between 6s and jacks. 6s and 10s. We have a jack. It's less likely our opponent would have 2 of them. The bet of 575. I like this sizing. Not wanting to make it too cheap for his opponent, and it would be for half of Eco's stack if he was to try and make a crying call. Puts a lot of pressure on a queen. I think a queen would call. Pairs 6s through to 10s going to find a fold. And Brian has a total live earnings of 158,000. So one to watch in this event. Good evening, Apocalypse. Good evening to anyone tuning in, the Action Army on Twitch. Anyone tuning in on YouTube, Facebook, or wherever you may be. Welcome. Brian has live cash of 50k to his name. Top 100 on the all-time money list in Belgium. You were watching €200 buy-in. This is the German Poker Days, the final day. Prize pool of about €400,000. Ace-6-4 is the flop here. Eco with second pair, queen kicker. Backdoor clubs working for him. Happy with a pair of sixes with an inferior kicker, just a 10 in his hand. Bet of 130k gets called. 530k in the pot as we see the turn. Turn is the king of spades. That's going to quickly go check, check. River to 7 of spades. That's going to be the end of that one. Eco will take it down. Just look at these new graphics. Stellar. So much professionalism from the management team at the King's Resort. No expense spared. That's really gorgeous looking. Updated graphics for your viewing pleasure. Now, Mick playing sub 20 big blinds to start the hand, pocket eights from early position. Probably going to want to just open this one for a min raise. Three bet coming from the button from Happy to 375. Putting the pressure back and leveraging all of Mick's stack essentially. 265 more for Mick to call. Mick makes a good disciplined lay down and Happy will scoop that one. It would have been a terrible situation there if Happy had got 4-bet jammed on. I believe he would be priced in. But you're not loving life calling off there for basically all of your stack and indeed your tournament. Interesting to know if he was 3-bet calling or 3-bet folding. I guess we'll never know. So 100 lucky punters remaining in the German poker days. All players guaranteed €598. And the first prize is a whopping 60 G's, baby. €63,600 is up for grabs. First, second, third and fourth will all receive a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket to boot. So it is all to play for here at the King's Resort tonight. Interesting open here from the button of Statters. 6-5 off suit. Going to get the job done. Add the blinds and antes to his stack, which is currently 125k. King 10 off. Suit goes into the muck for Statters. Interesting. He would fold that one. Martin on the button here. Pocket nines raising to 125. And look at this. Mick with the pocket tens in the small. We've got action. Very surprised to see Mick just call here, and although I won't call this a blunder, it kind of is off this stack size. This is going to let Brian in the big blind. We're going to get you don't really want to be seeing a flop three ways off this stack depth with pocket tens in the small out position. It's not a good look, and the flop is king 8-7. He could have just avoided this situation had he just rejammed. He's only got 14 big blinds to start the hand, an ideal rejamming spot. But as it stands, it goes check, check, and it's Martin on the button, just facing one overcard to his pocket nines. All three players checking. We now see the turn, and it is Brian now with an open ender and a middle pair. And now it's Mick who can make a straight with a 9 and just one overcard to his 10s. He's going to bet, but he's betting very small, just 125. I think once the flop goes check, check, he's better off just jamming all in on the turn. Try get value for his 10s now from a weaker hand and avoid going multi-way to the river, which exactly what has just happened. 800k in the middle, 465 behind, and now Mick is in no man's land. He doesn't know where he is with his pocket tens. Getting called in two spots. Not looking good. Just checks. But as it stands, Mick will take down a nice pot of 550k. But for me personally, where's the rest of his pot? We've got 10s and we're going to be up against lower pairs that are going to call when we rejam for sub 15 big blinds. We're really missing out on value just calling from the small. This is the new graphics we have, showing how many big blinds each player has at the table, showing how much chips they have in the middle, and showing how aggressive they've been. I do believe that's your voluntary putting money into the pot, also known as the VPIP. really nice design on that layout. Brings us up to speed that bit quicker. Very good job by Kings. Tom raising to 125 with the ace jack of hearts. He is sub 20 big blinds to start the hand from early position. Dino 7070 asks, is it VPIP or just the chip percentage of all chips on the table? I will find out that for you in a moment. Tom raising to 125 from under the gun, ace jack off suit. I think you might be right, Dino. I think it's just the percentage of the chips on this table. That would make more sense. I stand corrected, said the man in the orthopedic shoes. Happy picking up ace king off suit from under the gun. Raises to 115k. Thomas Fisher in the small blind with ace six of hearts. Lets it go, and Tom with the option to see a flop for 65k more with jack 10 off suit, the big blind. Decides to let it go. Look at this, happy, picking up ace king once more. Three betting to 350. The action back on Brian. It is hijack against big blind. Might decide to get a bit creative here in 4-bet jam, but makes a good disciplined laydown. Guess there's not enough significant information yet to make it a viable option to just 4-bet jam there. He didn't think about it for too long. 3 players away from a pay jump now. Martin picking up the Jeffries. 2 red jacks, early position. Raises to 120k. As Janet says, hello everybody, hello. I never know if I'm pronouncing your name right. I don't really know what way to say it. Janet. You tell me, buddy. Good evening, Apocalypse. Hope you're well. Hope all is well on the wrestling front. Hope you had a good Valentine's Day with Mrs. Apocalypse. I'll tell you what I'll do, Apocalypse. I'll update myself on the next. I'll get a synopsis, a video on the next break. Jackson Parrow says, good day all. Good day to you, sir. Tom raises to 125k with the ace-10 of spades and Stattert in the big blind, ace-queen of clubs. Very rejammable ace-queen of clubs. He could elect to just call. He might even go for a 3-bet. Goes for the 3-bet to 325. We did just see a call. The flop comes ace, king, queen. Top pair for Tom, top pair for Stoddard. Actually, top two pair. They get it all in and call. This pot now 2.275 million. Tom way behind. Stoddard all in and way ahead. 73% with his ace queen of clubs against Tom's ace 10 of spades, 27%. Turn is the king of diamonds. River, the three of hearts. And that has split the pot. This one going to Splitsville. Pay jump has been reached, so 90 players remaining, all guaranteed. No, we have not reached the pay jump. We are on the pay jump bubble. Pay jump of about 70 or 80 euro. Actually, 96 euro. Okay, thanks Apocalypse. I will watch that for you and myself on the break. Going to need to get a bit fired up if I have to make it through the night. Tis going to be a long one. Buckle up, buckaroo. 40-minute levels, ladies and gentlemen. Flaming raising to 140k. Martin calling for an additional 90k in the big blind with a very pretty and suited king queen. King queen of spades. Flop is 6, 7, 10, 2 hearts. Mid pair for Vlad. Martin coming up short on this board. In general, this is a board that favours the big blind's defending range. Smacks it, in fact. Straights, flush draws, two pairs, sets. Open-ended backdoor belly buster, whatever you like, whatever you fancy. Vlad takes it down with a bet. Presume he was just going to bet call his stack off there. Didn't really have much behind. Perhaps I'm wrong. He's a bit more now to work with. I'm happy to take that one down. Fold all the way around to the small blind of Martin with ace-7 off suit. Goes for a raise to 120k. Mix calling in the big blind. Ace-5 deuce is the flop. Martin top pair, 7 kicker. Mick coming up short. Apocalypse says, honestly, if you never watched wrestling and didn't know what it was, listen to that crowd will have you going to war for Sami Zayn. But if I go into war, I better bring a packed lunch and a pot of coffee, seatbelts and airbags. I'll have to dig my shield out of the closet there and a sword. If it's off the war, we go. Tom raising to 125 from early position with the King Jack of Diamonds. Brian wants to see a flop in the big blind with the Jack 9 off suit calls. Flop of 6, 4, 3, 2 hearts. Goes check, check. The turn is the 5 of clubs. Bird is swooping in to say hello. Hello, Bird. Caw-caw! What kind of bird would you be and why, Bird? The folks want to know. Brian taking that one down, showing initiative on the turn. That board going to be more favourable for his range than his opponent. There's your update. The chip counts. A lot of stacks in between that 30 to 20 big blind zone. In fact, almost everyone. And Brian, the overwhelming chip leader, with 3 million, which is good for 63 big blinds currently. Blinds are up. Small blind 30k. Big blind 60k with a 60k running big blind ante. That's 30k, 60k, 60k. As Bird says, is there more action today than yesterday? Well, the first hand of the day here, we had Kings against three-way all in, ace 10 against Kings against ace 9, the ace 10 tripling up. So I was like, okay, here we go. We've been spoiled for action last weekend with that amazing final table. Amazing. And the weekend before, of course, breaking all records there with the €380 Italian Poker Sport Championship. I can't attest to the cash game last night. I wasn't watching. But I do know the reason we don't, a lot of the time, don't have commentators for the cash game is to let you hear what the players are speaking about at the table. 8-8-6 is the flop. Vlad, 2 overs, no flush draw. Brian, good pair, good flop for his pocket pair. Somehow gets checked all the way around. 425k in the middle. Now, does Brian want to take a stab? He can make a straight with a 9, protect his 7s. Bet something like 225. Goes for 155. Vlad's all in. Signals for the triangle. Now, the action back on Brian. Don't think there's anything Brian can do here other than fold. We block a lot of the draws we would want our opponent to have in an all-in situation like this. So there's not much good in calling. Unless he puts his opponent on exactly the kind of hand he would have to have would be 2 overs and a flush draw. He's not going to do this with a 6. He could very well have just hit a 10. He could be even more nutted than that, having checked an 8. Brian just releases. Everyone playing their hand pretty well there. Nice shove. I guess it was kind of his only option with 15 bigs. You want to just call there, brick out, and don't know what to do on the river when you can get your opponent to fold a hand like 7s or a 6. I don't think we'll be getting our opponent to fold a 10 or an 8, of course, but we've got a lot of outs. No flush draw, can hit it straight, and our 9 might be good. I guess we'll never know what the river card could have been. 81 players remaining now. They have dropped considerably in the first level. Very considerable indeed. Nearly 30 bust outs. All players guaranteed €694. Is happy. Raises to 130k with pocket 7s from early position. And Mick picking up the kings of kings in the cutoff here. Playing just over $1 million. About 18 big blinds to start the hand. Three bet to 350. Happy quickly releasing. The value of the chips are as follows. The orange K chips are 5k. The blue chips are 25k. And the grey chips you see the players that have in front of them are 100k a piece. So it's 5k, 25k and 100k. I was getting my colours mixed up there for a moment. The orange chips are the smallest ones there, 5k. They will be out of play soon enough. So just concentrate on the blue ones, they're 25k's, and then the biggest chips the players have in front of them currently are those grey chips. They are 100k a piece. Hello, Original Muffin. Yes, this is the final day. It will finish in the early hours of the morning. Roughly 8 or 9 a.m. So technically it finishes tomorrow, but it is the final day. You would need someone like David Goggins for an event like this. An ultra marathon runner. Ready for a long slog. Some players at this, I don't know exactly, was it yesterday? You could fire a lot of different flights. Some players would have been playing the turbo flight and then all day to try and make it into day 2. And then be playing all of day 2 on top of it. This particular event is a test of endurance, stamina. We've got action here. Martin raising to 150k. Brian deciding just to flat pocket 8s. Eco calling an additional 100k. We will see a flop 3 ways with 525k in the middle. King 5 deuce is the flop. Martin betting 250k, and the decision on Brian. He'll be hoping for Martin to shut down on the turn. Martin with $1 million behind. Pot just over $1 million now. They're essentially going to be playing for stacks. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. Very safe card for Martin. That's 400k. And for Brian now, one would think he just has to release. Getting good odds to see a river. But his opponent betting 40% of his stack on the turn will get Brian to quickly fold the 8s. As I said, Brian was looking for his opponent to shut down with a hand like ace queen, ace jack, ace 10. As Original Muffin says, if you can't play for over 24 hours, what are you even doing in a casino? Well said, buddy. Well said. I picked up a muffin there yesterday, and it looked like there was a face on it, and I thought to myself, is that an original muffin? True story. Happy on the button, raising to 140k with the Queen 6 of clubs, and Stattert in the big blind with a very rejammable ace 10 off suit. Good re-jam from the big blind. And the Ronnie Rockets finding their way to Mick. Raising to 150k. Going for 2.5 times the big blind from under the gun. Martin with a defendable King 10 off suit. He will call. Queen 3 deuce is the flop, 2 clubs. Martin checking it over to Mick. Mick with the aces. Doesn't want to bet too big here. Goes for a little sneaky checkaroo. Turn gives Martin an open ender and a flush draw. Very good card for Martin. Martin going for the bet of 160k. Now the option on Mick, does he want to just call or protect his hand? Could make it like 375, 420, something like that. Right smack bang in the middle of those two numbers. 400k is the bet, is the raise. And that means it's 240k more for Martin to call to see a river. He's got a 10 high flush draw, an open ender. There's 935k in the middle. He is getting good odds to see a river, but what is his opponent telling him? He has checking back the flop, originally raising under the gun and now raising on the turn, and that's a great laydown for Martin. Giving his opponent big credit for a hand there. Gets it right. At the end of the day, he does just have a 10 high flush draw if his opponent has a club. And that is not a line that will be taken often as a bluff when our opponent raises 2.5 times the big blind under the gun, checks back the flop and then raises you on the turn. It usually indicates significant strength, and the stacks were in such a way that you would be facing a jam on the river, most likely, at least a high percentage of the time. So he's thinking, if I call 240k more here, what are the chances I get to see, I get to showdown without my opponent jamming? A lot of players would just call there for 240k more on the turn and re-evaluate on the river. Martin deciding, gonna let that one go. Tom just going to shove his pocket eights here for under 15 big blinds, early position. And that's right around the threshold of how much chips I would be willing to put in just by jamming here with a hand like pocket eights. As you all know, on this channel, I'm more fond of min raising off this stack size than just jamming, but 7s, 8s and even 9s are right in that category where I just pick up the blinds and antes when I am under 15 bigs. I'd be mucking deuces through to 6s and even 7s. We'll give a little bit of consideration. 8s is just a hand there we want to jam. Yes, Apocalypse, you had your work cut out for you last weekend. I asked for the chat to comment on a few things and it just exploded. I like when the chat is discussing hands and talking a lot, but it usually leads to crazy amounts of messages being plagued into the chat box. You got to get your kicks while you can though, right? Happy with the raise to 150 with the 7s. Flop is 10, 6, 6. Vla with pocket trees. Let's check, check, and the turn is the ace of clubs. Happy bets 155 of the turn and flat. Not going to be continuing with his small pocket pair. Yes, Apocalypse, he was really out to get you. Six new accounts is a lot. Martin raises to 150k from the hijack with the ace-9 offsuit. Eco with the pocket eights. Raises to 130k. Brian calls the 130k with the king jack of spades and the cutoff. Brian flopping huge here on ace 9 10 all spades. Eco not liking that flop, to say the least. Flop quickly goes check check, and the turn is the 5 of hearts. Now Brian gonna go for a bet. I wouldn't be betting too big if I was Brian. Goes for 255. And I can't believe what I'm seeing here. Eco deciding to raise to 555 with pocket eights, leaving himself at 665 behind. Very peculiar way to play pocket eights on ace 9 10. All spades on the flop, and the turn to 5 of hearts. We don't even have a spade in our hand. And we are out of position. Brian's check back on the flop really working, inducing a bluff raise from Eco. Really bad timing. The river, the ace of diamonds. Eco jamming all in. Brian quickly calling. Classic bluff. Goes wrong. Brian will take that one down and now play 3.7 million. Eco couldn't get his opponent to fold enough flush. Not on this occasion. I'll tell you, the way he played the hand, it seemed quite strong, but you've got to rule out a lot of full houses there. We'll call it what it is, a donation. Donation to the Brian Foundation. Donation to the Brian Foundation. And now he is playing 29% of all the chips at this table. $77 big blinds. Sometimes you bluff and your opponent has the nuts, guys. It's happened to all of us. It's happened to bigger men than me. Try not to do that at home. Usually will not work. It's my piece of advice for today. For tonight. I'm sure there'll be more. as is tradition from the action Dan, the Don Ranton. Mick raises to 135 with his ace king. Martin with the raise, the min raise from under the gun with pocket sevens. Brian piecing out a 3-bet here with the ace-10 off suit. Three bet to 330 here from Brian. Martin going to eye him up. Brian raising to 130k with the ace-8 off suit and happy on the button. Gonna call with ace-6 of spades. And on ace king 9, Happy is deciding to raise with his ace 6 of spades. A bit unorthodox here. Finding out where he's at now. Also could get more value from draws that Brian might have. Brian, the chip leader, with his ace 8 offsuit. Top pair 8 kicker. Backdoor heart draw. Wouldn't think he'd be going anywhere just yet. And it's going to get Brian to fold. This works. Happy getting Brian to fold a better top pair. Nice play by Happy there. I don't think he's expecting to get an ace to fold, but it does work. Trying to just see where he was at in position. I'm surprised to see Brian fold there, giving his opponent big enough credit. And he is out of position with a bad enough ace. You could go both ways with that one. I think personally with the ace 8 I'd like to see a turn card. Small blind is now 40k, the big blind 80k, with an 80k running big blind ante. Started raising on the button with the king 3 of diamonds. Gets the 8-3 of spades of Mick to fold in the big. Takes down the blinds and antes, which are now 200k a pop. New player to the table is Vratislav. Vratislav in the hijack with 10-6 of clubs, going to raise to 160k. Wasn't sure what he was doing there for a moment, but he does min raise. Statter says, welcome to the table. 3 bets to 400k off 20 big blinds in the cutoff with the ace-9 off suit. Gets Martin to fold. Better ace, the ace-10 off suit going into the muck. Nice 3 bet there. Takes it down. Really cool. You can see exactly what's going on at the table when they show those new graphics. See Brian having 23% of the chips in play at this table. Tom going all in for 885k with pocket eights. Just takes down the blinds and antes. Martin raising to 180k with the king jack offsuit. Two black ladies for Tom in the small, playing 860k to start the hand, which is good for just over 10 big blinds. Tom with the rejam, taking it down. Brian raising to 160k, pocket fours. Thomas all in the cutoff for 865k with the king jack offsuit. Pocket eights for Happy. Raises to 180k. Calling the big blind from start. The 9-7. Got a 275 from Happy on 6-5 deuce. Started inside straight draw. Two overcards to the board. Facing 275. Will take it down with his pocket eights. Bratislav taking that one down with ace, queen of diamonds. Brian with two tens, raising to 160k. 160k from under the gun. I'm just going to call that player Start. It just seems a lot easier than Stat or Stattered. Start is your name from now on. or just for a short while. Who knows? Martin in the small blind pocket eights. Very rejammable pocket eights. The only problem is the raises come from under the gun. The counter argument to that is it is the chip leader at the table. Three bet to 350 from Martin from the small blind is a very interesting. This is basically a click back. I don't like this from Martin. I don't like the sizing. I don't like the hand selection. I don't like Mondays. The flop, Jack 3 deuce, 860k in the middle. Now what do you do if you're Martin? A bet of 400k and a call. This one's getting spicy and interesting. An ace of clubs on the turn. Two overcards to both players' pocket pairs. 1.66 middle in the mid in 1.66 million in the middle. Martin turning his hand into the bluff, it looks like. And wow, this might work. Balls of steel to jam on this turn. Your 3-bet call getting called pre and under the gun razor. And now putting Brian to the test on the turn. Brian is getting about 3-1 on his money here with 2 10s. It is about a quarter of Brian's remaining stack. Wow. Martin getting a lot of vamos. Don't know if he showed his hand there, I couldn't see. But a very peculiar and creative bluff from the 2 8s. Bursting out of his chair to go tell his teammates on the rail, rooting for him hard here. Brian loses considerable chunk of his stack. He's still alright. He's playing just under 3 million. Martin now playing 15% of the chips at the table. Vratislav the same, happy with 12%. Mick with 9% and everyone else following suit. Tom with 8, Thomas 8, all with 8 really. Look at this for action. All 3 players here with ace king. This is insane. Raised to 200k and all in from Tom. Vladislav with the decision. That is incredible. I can't believe what I'm seeing here. Tom getting both opponents to fold ace-king. And his ace-king of hearts is going to get two other ace-kings to fold. Always a surprise around the corner of kings. There's your surprise for our first session. I was not expecting that. I thought all three players would have their money in the middle. And what's most surprising is they're so shallow to see two players, not just one, two players folding ace-king. Every day is a learning day, Original Muffin. It's been a long day. It's going to be a long night. I'm sure we're in for many a surprise. You'll have to go easy on me tonight. I've been awake since 8 a.m. I had a busy day. It's going to be a 24-hour marathon for me. Happy Gamble raises to 180, getting 3-bet from the Queens of Mick. The two ladies going to most likely pick this one up. I can neither confirm nor deny if that was a wish of mine, Muffin. They can be putting anything in those muffins these days. Those original muffins. Nothing's original these days. Ay caramba. I was two players folding ace-king. Wait until that guy sees that on the replay. Realizes how much additional value he added to his stack by getting both players to fold. I nearly need to see that hand again. Bratislav raising to 175. Pocket nines. Flaming with the decision, ace-5 of hearts in the small. Very nice hand is ace-5 of hearts. One of the best suited aces we can have. Suited wheels. He recognises the strength of his hands and re-jams from the small with the ace-5 of hearts. And Bratislav won't be folding 2 nines anytime soon. Whips his chips in the middle. We're off to the races. 1.8 million in the middle. 38% for the ace-5 of hearts. Not quite a race, but close enough. Bratislav at 62% with his pocket nines. Ten, 5, 3, 2 hearts is the flop. It's now a fair fight, ladies and gentlemen. 54% for the ace-5 of hearts, 46 for the 2 nines. Turn is the ace of spades. Big card for Vlad. Now Vladislav's going to need a 9 on the river, but it's the jack of hearts. Vlad will double up to 1.82 million. Bratislav will now play 1.56. Yes, indeed, BVHT. You got your answer. Hello, BV. Hello, Real Rusty. We will have a break after the next hand, a short commercial break. Expect a few of those tonight as we play down to a winner of the German Poker Days for over 60 G's, over 70 G's really, including the 10 grand ticket. And that one, of course, is for the WSOP main event to be held at the King's Resort later on this year, usually the end of October, start of November. Thomas all in from the small blind with the King Jack off suit. Just over $1 million. Tom thinking for a while before folding his 8 deuce offsuit, and that will bring us to our first break of the evening. Stay tuned. Back in a few moments for lots more action live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov for the German Poker Days. See you then.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today?
Yeah.
See you at King's.
Appreciate it, chat. Really do. You guys have been incredibly kind
9.6
throughout this series. Glad you're all enjoying the coverage. Once again, if you haven't already, please do hit that like button.
Before I bust, will you tell me if I was dead there?
Really helps us
To give Orphan.
spread the word and reach a wider audience. As Nicky B says, before I bust, will you please give me that info?
Yeah.
Sean Deeb, gonna look him up. 7-5 at diamonds.
Domination Nation.
Huh?
Domination Nation.
Well, you sucked out on me in the same spot earlier, so I hope I revenge it.
I'll tell you another day. No, I can't tell you when I'm playing with open, right?
And
Worth a
Nicky
shot.
P.
I feel like no matter what, I'm just dead anyway. I don't know if I'm supposed to call.
Has Deeb in rough shape. 4.4 in the middle. Oh no. 5-4-3. Deeb out flopping Nicky P. 6 would chop it. A deuce or an ace would win it for Nick Petrangelo. 1 to come. 8 clubs on the turn. Changes nothing. Hand 126 here. Will we be down to 3? River card is the 8 of hearts. And Deeb
Take it down, bro.
eliminates Nick Petrangelo in 4th place. 220,000 euros for his efforts. One of the best players in the world, upswing coach. And now up to over 27 million in total live earnings. Sean Deeb, 2 away
They come to you for advice now. How would they
from joining the 6-time bracelet winners club.
Or is it you're just used to being
But I always liked both. What I used to do when I started my career is I played cash as my job. That's to pay the bills. And then at night, I would go play these like nightly tournaments as dessert.
Right.
So I was playing 10, 20 limit hold'em, making about $45 an hour.
Yeah.
You know, and then I would go play these $20 tournaments of 3-buys at night because I enjoyed them,
Yeah.
right? But it wasn't like something that I looked at as like, oh, that's a stable living, right? Like without the cash game come, tournaments are nuts.
Yeah.
So it's much more difficult.
That makes a lot of sense.
So like I would stick with, I mean, I don't know how your brain works in terms of like learning 2 things at the same time or how much it would sacrifice, but like if cash games is where you make the majority of your money, I would, still do that, and then like, sleep in the tournaments.
That's what I've seen a lot of the guys do, and it's crazy because like I'll cover you guys, like anything higher than like a 10K, and I'll feel extremely comfortable in my knowledge and understanding of what you guys are trying to achieve. That's obviously a blanket statement, but from a surface level.
Yeah.
And I do love tournaments, I do, but for me, I've just always treated poker like a lifestyle business.
Well, if you play cash, like most cash players that are good, that play deep, like playing tournaments is easier, except when it gets short.
Yeah.
So like you'll have an advantage deep
at the start,
right?
Yeah.
When it's more like a cash game.
Yeah.
And then you'll just have to learn the nuances of like, playing really nitty in spots and ICM, and boring stuff like that.
That makes sense.
Boring, but obviously really important if
That's
you're
the most important,
playing for money.
Yeah. Because there's so many times, man, when I'll come to a series like this and I'll be in the booth and I'll just be like, I wish I was out there playing. I wish I was out there playing.
The Triton events here, anytime I miss them and I'd watch them on TV, I'm like, fuck, I want to get on a plane now, and it's too late. I get such FOMO from watching them.
No, I can imagine. I can imagine someone like yourself as well that like plays those higher buy-in stuff.
Yeah.
I'm talking more about like the 2Ks and the 5Ks. I'm like, damn,
Yeah. No, for me, because also, I play at the Poker Go studio, right? And it's limited because the Asians can't come, Canadians don't come. But then you go to these Tritons and it's like the fields are 8 times bigger.
Yeah.
Huge prize pool and stuff like that, and they look really juicy. So I definitely get the FOMO from that. But I want to play whenever the next Triton is. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think anything's been like officially announced yet.
I was surprised they came here because I was like sort of a little bit last minute. Leon texted me, showed me a schedule, and all of a sudden I was, this might be fun. And I had the itch, obviously, after winning the Super High Roller Bowl.
Yeah.
I feel like the meta is in a good place for me right now, and I'm in good control of it.
Yeah.
In terms of, just controlling the pace of play, if you will. So I want to strike while the iron is hot until people figure out what the hell I'm doing.
That's good, man. No, I'm glad to hear it, because I know it was pretty brutal. I remember watching you get to a point where, especially like the Poker Go tour,
Selfie stick.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh man, I
didn't
trashed
see
the selfie stick. That was a 250K. And it was like,
that was WSOP.
Yeah, I was on my second bullet, whatever, 210s against David Peters.
Yeah.
Runner spades he hit, and I just was like at my peak, and I had this selfie stick, and it sort of half broke, and I just threw it on the ground. And then Justin Bonomo said I beat women. As a result, because I broke a selfie stick, and he's like, well, this is clearly a sign that women are afraid to play. I'm like, have you ever watched sports in your life? Have you never seen a football player throw his helmet, a golfer throws, stick? It's called passion, buddy.
And you stumble across cobras and all sorts of creepy crawlies when you're out in the dark. It's too hot to wear trainers. That little layer of protection. I'm talking out my ass. We already know that the socks don't help. The cobra wants a little snag of a toe. Chat, I'm getting delirious. Okay, we're 14 hours in. I feel like Joey Ingram on one of his deep dive investigations, minus the edibles. Shout out, Pappy. I'm saying Henry currently 3-bet jamming every live situation at the moment and winning. Yeah, dodging bullets, baby. I'm going to run into it eventually. BNK saying, what's the start time tomorrow? Way too early for me. I'm going to be kicking off at 1 p.m. Central European time. So, 9 hours from now. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. We got a bit of a cooler here. Oh boy. Danny gonna have to pull an old rose stucco on Riyadh, who sucked out with the 10s against Queens for the chip lead pot against Punam Punsri earlier on. And well, 110 dead. Not helping the young Dane. .34 big blinds effective. Lift off time, chat. Danny does announce himself, and he is in rough shape. Already seen a 10 dead. Heart's working for him, but he's going to need to pull a miracle out of the hat. 14 hours into the day. 5 cards away from elimination. Could have been that 10 spot earlier. Riyadh just gets to click, call, cards on their backs. 2.9 million chip pot. 43 left in the record-breaking World Series of Poker Europe main event. If the Frenchman can hold, it's going to be up to over 5.4 million. 9-5 deuce. Berkmos drawing to 1 out twice for his tournament life. 8 of diamonds changes nothing other than the tease of it being 4 across. 10 of spades and a 10 of spades only. No dice. Gonna lose Danny Berkmos in 43rd. GG's, chat.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today?
Yeah.
See you at Kings.
Okay, so we are back. We are live for more action from the German poker days from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Start looking like he wanted to do something there with his ace-5 of spades before letting it go. 61 players now remaining, all guaranteed €816. Brian with a raise of 225 from the hijack with the two black jacks. Small blind now 50k, big blind 100k with 100k running big blind ante. Tom raising 2.5 times the big blind to a $250,000 on the button off about 14 big blinds to start the hand. Happy gonna rejam happily from the small with pocket fives. And Vratislav in the big blind with king queen off suit, facing 2.5x open and a rejam. Will surely just let this go. Rejam gets Tom to fold his ace, and now he will continue with 12 bigs. Vratislav is tanking on the button with 10-4 of clubs, 13 big blinds in his stack. Start with the rejam from the small with the Queen Jack of Diamonds. Bit of a loose open there from Vratislav, hoping to take down the blinds and antes, but it wasn't to be this time. Brian with the raise to 225 with the 2-8s. Tom with the ace jack of clubs. Tom just with a call with the ace jack of clubs, leaving himself with 10 big blinds behind. This is risky business. Would have preferred Tom if he'd have just made a rejam here with the ace jack. Having a set here on this board, just figuring out how to get value. Doesn't want to bet too large. Goes for 290. Brian perhaps wondering if he could have done something different to get more value. Tom done well to not bust there, because the normal order of proceedings there would normally be the ace-jack rejamming and the eights calling off. Vladislav, 10 big blinds into hijack. Would prefer to see him just open rip this one instead of min raising. Goes for 210k. Look at this, Brian picking up kings, a kings in the big blind. And instead of going for a rejam, just essentially commits himself 3-betting to 665 from the big blind. Vladislav done well to not bust here also, but that's just looking in hindsight. In general, we just want to jam all in, take down the blinds and antes and move on with our lives with the ace-7. Okay to use this in our min-raise folding range, but we tend to want to have more than 12 big blinds to do so. Vladislav mucks, Brian shows. Good show. True Man Triller asks, do they play to the final table? No, we play till we have a winner. German Poker Days is one of the only ones where we do not play it out on the Monday. It finishes tonight. It won't be tonight, it'll be the morning. Usually around 8 AM Central European time. Yes, true man, it is indeed. Tom all in for 955k from early position with the ace-4 of hearts. Vratislav now playing under 10 big blinds, 8.8 bigs, needs to shove this all in with his 2 sevens. There is a small pay jump looming. From €995 to from 816. So it is a significant enough pay jump, nearly a buy-in. Start asking for a count with ace queen of hearts. Does shove all in for his 14 big blinds. So 42% for the 2 sevens and start with the ace queen of hearts, 58%, 2 million in the middle. The flop is 655. Turn is the 8 of hearts. Start now with a nut flush draw to go with his ace queen. River is the 5 of diamonds. Vratislav will double up. Start will be crippled. He will be playing 5 big blinds going forward. 55 players still remain. Race to 225 from Martin. With the pocket sixes, will take down the blinds and antes. Tom not going to defend with the queen three of diamonds. Start with the blinds about to hit him. King 8 offsuit, 5 big blinds. Into a full table. He is under the gun +1, so nearly a full table. Let's it go. We are on an immediate pay jump here. 54th to 71st place will all receive €816, and 45th to 53rd will all get $995. Thomas shoving 9.5 big blinds on the button with Jack 9 offsuit. Yes, I think Real Rusty says, I think you're supposed to call any ace here, but not quite sure actually. I think he had a good enough ace to call off his stack there. People not wanting to risk it for a biscuit. You're going to see a lot of tight play. It's just the way she goes in these 200 buy-ins. They've got through a field of 2,400 players. They know what's at stake. Where in other events you'll see people tightening up last 2-3 tables. This is happening a bit sooner. Start is going to jam this ace jack, I would assume. He just knows that he's on a direct pay jump. There's a pay jump of about €200, Giant Dad. That's why you're seeing people pause and stall. And it is 40-minute blinds. So with tiny stacks, they want to be getting it in. But for the sake of the pay jump, they're going to take their time. Mick asking for a count. He is over the line though for 515k. The ace 10 getting out of the way. Tom now in the cutoff, ace king off suit, and the decision. Shoves all in. Start. Should be calling off here with ace 7, and he does do just that. Interesting that he called off so quick there after all of the pay jump has been reached. That makes sense. It is start at risk here. Ace king 9 is the flop. No clubs. Top 2 for Tom. Turn is the 4 of hearts. Start finishes in 53rd place. 52 players remain. And Tom will now be playing 18 big blinds. Mick finding the Ronnie Rockets under the gun here, raising to 230k. We'll have to be happy with the blinds and antes on this occasion. No one there to nibble. Happy gamble, raising from the hijack with Jack 9 of clubs. Makes it 250 to go. Mick in the big blind now. If I was him, I would re-jam this hand for about 15 big blinds. Decides to just call. Flops well, flopping top pair. Just takes that down. Don't think he should have bet there. Just let his opponent do the work. Vladislav raising to 220 with the King Queen of Hearts. Vladislav picking up another monster, this time the Kings in the hijack. Small blind is now 60k, big blind 120k with 120k running big blind ante. That's 60, 120, 120 with 50 players remaining now. Mick Gray's into 2.5 times the big blind. Thomas in the big blind with the rejam. Mick gonna have to call this one, I would think. Put off against big blind. 10.8 bigs total. 830k more to call. It is half your stack, but hand as strong as, excuse me, a hand as strong as ace 9. Gonna have to be raise calling this one. If we are going to raise fold a hand as strong as this, we might as well just jam it ourselves. Mick decides to lay that down, and that's a big enough fold to make with 50 players remaining. It's a great opportunity to extend your chip stack, get something working for you. And as for the king queen, you're loving life. You don't really want to get called by the ace nine. Happy to just take it down. Mick just calling, mixing things up here. Mixing with the queen 10 offsuit. Tom is going to check his option. We will see a flop. Flop is 7-8-9-2 spades. Open ender for Mick. Tom with a pair of eights. Go with his king kicker. Take that one down with a set. Seeing a lot of tight play here. I would have expected the pair of eights to continue there. If we're going to defend a hand like king 8 and we flop middle pair with a decent kicker, we want to be continuing for at least one bet. I know it wasn't a great board on 7-8-9-2 spades. Brian opening to 2.5 times the big blind with the King Jack of clubs. Actually, it's just over a min raise now. The blinds have gone up. Vratislav in the big blind with pocket nines. Could opt to just see a flop, but I think his hand plays best as an all-in. Flop is 7-3 deuce, 1 club. Brian with the King Jack of clubs. Vratislav still with an overpair to the flop. Bet of 180k. Turn the Jack of hearts. Now again, Vratislav should have just opted for a jam on this flop, or at least a raise. Brian has now outdrawn him here with the Jack of hearts. A bet of 425. We get ourselves in sticky situations now on turn and river by just calling the flop and just defending pre. Brian letting Vratislav off here on the river, just checking back on. Guess he thought Vratislav's going to have a 3 some of the time, and that's not the point. The point is he doesn't think he'll get any more value, therefore he's just checked behind. Still would have liked to see him bet something, try get called by a 7, but he probably thinks the 7 would just check jam the flop.
Ce soir, c'est toi qui vas me masser. C'est toi qui vas me masser ce soir.
Thomas all in with his ace-9 of diamonds will take the blinds and antes. playing 15 bigs now is R. Thomas. Brian min raising as 10's under the gun once more. There's 45 players remaining now, so there is a pay jump looming. That pay jump is about €200. Martin in the small with ace queen off suit. That pay jump has been reached. There are 44 players remaining now. All players guaranteed €1,195 as Martin goes with the rejam for 15 bigs from the small with the ace queen off suit. And Brian gonna have to call this one. It is a considerable portion of his stack, but 10's going to be too strong in this situation. Brian does call. We'll see he's off to the races. 45% for his two red 10's, 55% for the ace of clubs, queen of spades of Martin. $4 million up for grabs in this one. Big moment here for both players. Brian will still have $3 million, of course. Martin is the one at risk. Top is ace, king, deuce. Good start for Martin. Great start, in fact. Turn is the 9 of hearts. Brian going to need a 10 on the river, or he will be down under 3 million. The river is the 7 of diamonds. Big moment there for Martin. Got quite the rail. Behind him will be playing 4 million chips now. As Perky Lely says, a dumb call to go flip with that stack. Well, you see, pocket 10's just going to be too strong of a pair. Yes, we're going to flip against the overcards, but what about the 7's, 8's, 9's that might rejam pre-flop? Got to win flips to win tournaments, and we still have 3 million. Stiggy says he also jams 9s and 8s there. Yeah, he might even jam 7s. Definitely 8s and 9s. 6s would be a stretch. I think 7s plus 8s certainly. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Mick moving all in from the small blind here with ace queen, and Brian in the big with queen 10 off suit. Don't think he'll be calling this. Martin in the cutoff here with ace 5 of spades. Now this is way too tight of a fold for Martin. I know he just doubled up. He's playing over 4 million. Ace 5 suited, a very strong hand in the cutoff, or any late position for that matter. Brian with the limp in the small blind to complete with 8-6 off suit. 6-5 4-2 diamonds is the flop. Vlad with the pair of 4s, queen kicker, betting 250k. Action back on Brian. Might just jam this one. We have top pair inside straight draw on a dodgy board. Our opponent has less than 10 big blinds behind. Vlad folds. Brian shows. He's fond of showing, Brian. Doesn't mind. Vratislav here with ace-10 offsuit. Shoves for his last 10 big blinds. Vla shoving on the button for less than 10 bigs with the king 7 offsuit. Tom with a callable ace 3, but his kicker is giving him problems here, so he lets it go. Philip raising from early position with the ace 8 of diamonds. Happy gamble here with the king jack offsuit in the big blind. Calls the additional 130k, and we will see the flop. Flop is queen jack 10. We'll flop for happy here. Second pair, open ender. Philip with the betting lead here. No diamonds on that flop to go with his ace 8. Make it straight with a king. And just a bet and a call. I guess he doesn't have to call. Maybe it's 550k more for him to call. It's just the price he's getting now. There's 1.7 million out there. If he thinks his opponent is jamming a jack or a 10 and his ace or king to give him the nuts and an ace for top pair, he's probably going to have to call here. Nasty enough situation to put himself in. Does call it off. 42 players remaining. We'll get the bad news. Could be up against a heart draw also. Once we bet, I think we're committed for the extra few big blinds, even though it is about a third of our stack. Turn is the 7 of spades. River the 10 of hearts, and happy will double up to 2.2 million. Martin raising to 250 with his pocket sixes. Bratislav going to call with the 8-7 of diamonds. Flop is 10-4 deuce, 2 diamonds. Just one overcard to Martin's pocket sixes. Bratislav with the flush draw, playing 10 big blinds behind. Hard to see the money not all go in the middle here. Bit of 250 there from Martin. Bratislav is best off just jamming his flush draw here. Does move it all in. Action will be back on Martin, asking for an exact count. Just 900k more for Martin de Cole. He's going to be up against some draws for sure. Just one overcard to our sixes. We're priced in for 900k more. Turn is the Queen of Diamonds and Vratislav will double up. Vratislav playing a stack of 3 million now. Martin still with 2.6 million. Mick raising, it's 250k with the King Jack off suit, and Tom in the cutoff playing 10 big blinds with pocket tens. Look at this, Tom with the rejam and Happy Gamble behind playing 2.2 million with jacks. Shocked to see Happy fold jacks there. Tom's not going to know how lucky he was to not be a 4-1 dog and all in. As it stands, Mick might make a tight enough fold here. Can't really call it off, can he? 920k more. He's only playing 1.8 million. Mick lets it go. Somehow the pocket tens take it down. And this looks like Happy raising to 375 from the cutoff at 7-6. This is what I don't get. He just let his jacks go with 20 big blinds. Now he's coming in for the raise with the 7-6 off. Radislav getting things done with the 3-bet there. Had seen and heard enough. On the following hand, Happy Gamble raising to 375, this time with the King 8 of clubs. Takes down the blinds and antes, which are good for 400k now. Small blind 80k, big blind 160k, with 160k running big blind ante, 80, 160, 160. Flaming just shoving for 10 bigs under the gun with ace 8 of clubs. Brian asking for a count. It's 1.13 million more for him to call. Does make the call. $2.8 million up for grabs in this one. Brian making the call with King Queen off suit. Vlad 59% here with his ace-8 of clubs. Is the all at risk player. 7-3 deuce is the flop. 2 clubs. Great start for Ming. Turn is a 5 of spades. Brian gonna need a king or a queen on this river, or Ming will double up. River is the king. Always a surprise around the corner at kings. Brian has eliminated Vla Ming in 40th place. Brian now going to be playing 4.5 million. Ming very unlucky on that river. Basically a 1-outer. Basically not a 1-outer. He had other outs, but he had the clubs covered. Clubs would have been no good. Brian hitting hard, and now playing the guts of 30 big blinds himself. The next hand, Philip all in for 630,000 from the hijack. Looks like he's going to get it through with 3-9 of heart. You can see, ladies and gentlemen, he's just added 400k to his stack by shoving for 630. Essentially doubling up there just by taking down the blinds and antes uncontested. Two black ladies here for Brian on the button. Just takes down the blinds and antes. This is a crazy jam from early position with the ace-3 off suit. But it is getting Brian to tank with a hand as strong as 6s here. Gets the pocket 6s to fold. Perhaps it's a good shove after all. If it's getting hands as strong as 6s to fold. Problem is he's not suited. But he is under 10 big blinds. The blinds are about to hit him, but it's just not a shove. You want a hand a bit stronger to be trying to take down the blinds and antes. ECW King, hello. They are playing down to winner tonight. All the way straight into the morning. The FT will be roughly around... Will have crowned a champion by roughly 8 to 9 a.m. Central European time, and no poker then tomorrow. The usual afternoon Monday session will not cease to commence, I suppose. Ace King of Diamonds for Mick. All with your funny comments in the chat. I am actually up since 8 a.m. this morning, and I'm on the water because we ate too much soup earlier and I can't even come up with any coffee. I do have a pot of coffee if I need it. Will probably be the case, but I haven't had any coffee since 6 p.m. So to start drinking coffee 7 or 8 hours later could do disastrous things to my belly, the belly of the beast. But we'll stay till the job's done, so whatever it takes. Championship rounds for the Action Army. This is the rejam from Thomas. This is why. Oh, he's just straight up jammed. My apologies. I thought it was a rejam. Thomas all in from the hijack with the ace-8. Thomas taking it down. Brian raising to 320 with ace-4 of spades. Thomas with the rejam, 1.4 million. $1.1 million more for Brian to call. The decision has him agonizing. Now, technically he is priced in, but Thomas is going to be rejamming with quite a tight range. Brian has 4.5 million. Will cost him 1.13 million more to call. 36 players remaining now. Page on blooming. Gets Brian to let it go. And that is actually a very good fold, recognising that Thomas is going to be rejamming quite tight. Those suited wheels play well when there's a rejam for less than 10 big blinds behind you. Original Muffin with the funny comments. Yeah, Original Muffin is my co-host. He just doesn't have a mic at the moment. He's working on that. We're trying to get that fixed for you as soon as possible. Good man, EC. W King. I'm your spirit animal. I'm sort of like a gorilla bear pig, an Irish gorilla bear pig. So whatever sort of spirit animal that was, that would be the one if you're trying to pick a spirit animal. As Kamikaze says, it's super hard to commentate this without a second person. Ah, sure. It's not my first day. Not my first rodeo. I have no problem if you want to hear table talk. All the better for me to be quiet then. Original Muffin says, forgot there's a new South Park season out. Are you on about a new one? Because I absolutely love South Park. It's my favourite. That and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Two of my favourites. No, I can't put them in the same bracket. South Park. South Park and UFC all day. You better not be on about the new season that I've already seen. I'll have to check up the release dates. I'm up to speed with all the specials. Philip, all in for a mil, called by Tom with the ace-8. This is almost a fair fight. Philip 46%, Tom the ace-8 54%. $8-6-3 is the flop. Tom way out in the lead now. Philip needing to hit a king or a queen. Turn seals the deal. As Kamikaze says, love your commentary, poker talk makes my game better. Keep it up. Cheers to you. Thank you very much for your comment. As Original Muffin says, same, watch some seasons like 7 times. Yeah, there are 2 episodes out in February already. Oh yes, this is music to my ears. I knew that it was coming soon, alright, but I didn't know they were out this month. I thought it was March. Shows how big of a fan I am. I must be okay at the poker commentating. I haven't had to start doing South Park accents and impressions just yet. It would be a bit cringe, lads, wouldn't it? I'll stick to Jordan Peterson impressions for now. No, lads, I'm not whipping out the South Park impressions. Not right now. As Putty Bob says, do I like the show? Don't get eliminated. I don't know if that's a joke. And if it is, then kudos to you. Zombie Nation, as Brian gets a walk with his ace queen. It's all well and good to say they're all in zombie mode. They've been playing for days. I don't know how many bullets some of these dudes have fired. 2,500 player field. This goes on until there's a winner tonight. You want someone like David Goggins in one of these marathons. No, I haven't seen Don't Get Eliminated. I do think there's loads of these spin-off shows like Squid Game, right? Okay, I will give it a go. Thomas raising to 350 with the ace queen of diamonds. And Fabienne Durand in the big blind. And the decision. Devangeli, thank you for your comment. Yeah, we can go. I do like that. I don't try to talk too high strategy and terminology on this channel or anything got to do with GTO solvers. I try to make it user friendly so everyone can enjoy the action without getting too deep into things. Has been times where I've wanted to go deeper. I've had my good buddy Alan on, and we've gone into more depth when we had big final tables, but that's only been once or twice. If someone asks me, I'll get as deep into it as they want to go, but I try to stay away from what a solver would do, as live poker is alive and well, and there's loads of ways to learn, not just back home on the computers with GTO solvers and the likes. ECW King says 2,500 players. Does Kings even have more than? Yeah, I'd be wondering where they'd be all staying myself, but they have massive hotel beside it as well. There's loads of places to get accommodation now. There's another hotel close by. They've loads of side places around the surrounding area. As Martin jams from the hijack for 15 bigs. You see this time and time again. I would rather he min raised and try. See, that's a great example. See Thomas now, he would have called a min raise in the big blind there with queen 5, and if it comes queen high, you're getting the extra value for your hand rather than just try to take the blinds and antes. All you need to say there, ECW King, is thank you for correcting me. That's how I learn. We all knew what you meant. As Vratislav with the King Jack offsuit under the gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bratislav with the raise to 325. Someone is clapping hands. Must be excited. Someone must be coming home. Now, this is really strange play from Happy. We saw him fold the jacks earlier to an open, a 10 big blind jam behind, and he decides to let it go for 20 bigs. And now we are seeing an under the gun raise from Vratislav. And Happy is seizing the opportunity to rejam exactly 10 big blinds from the big blind with ace-8 offsuit. This is not something you see every day. I am shocked to see him rejam purely based on the way he was playing earlier. I thought at the very least we might see him call. He's deciding to put it in his rejamming range. We can see it's going to work. This Kamikaze says, "What's a lot? Lots of streams. My coverage is excellent. Looking forward to future streams. Just followed me today. Thank you very much." Yes, we are always here every weekend, live from the King's Resort in Roswell. Pretty much 52 weeks of the year, bar a few weeks for exceptions, of course. If you want to find out more information about the resort, you can find out everything about it at the website www.kingsresort.com. Mick just jamming his pocket kings because he's under 10 bigs. Anything else will be a dead giveaway. And we will have a short commercial break of about 13 minutes after this hand. Look at this, Tom. 2 nines on the button. Surely this is going to be too strong of a hand for him to just fold. As Roy Keane's son asked if anyone's playing the 570 main event in Dublin next weekend. I won't be, but I hear it'll be a great event. If you are playing it, best of luck to you. Wow, Tom decides to let the nines go, not liking the jam from Mick. Maybe he has a live read. That's a huge fold to make for that stack depth. That will bring us into a break. Stay tuned for loads more action live from the King's Resort in Roswell as we will continue the German poker days in just a few moments.
Punsry with the queens. Second time in the space of 2 orbits. Up against Reard. Comes with the 3-bet on the button to 200k. Start off this hand around about 45 effective. Wait, how deep are we here? 43 button? I mean, it's button v hijack. So very aggressive, very competent. Put out Punsry. Wow, he does announce all in. Chat, this is a chip lead pot here.
Wow.
And a snap call from Punsry. And again, he sees that he's got his opponent drawing 2 outs. Chat, this is the biggest tournament of the feature table after 13 hours of play.
Yeah, yes. I know. Queens again. Wow, good luck. Queen 2.
Well, well, well.
Possible.
Jack 5-3, all clubs. Reard picking up a bunch of outs and just has Punsry dead on the turn.
Hey, my friend, zweimal Queens verloren.
What can you do?
Wow. Queens, zweimal hoch.
Wow. Takes it on the chin like an absolute champion. Put out Punsry saying, what can you do?
Wow, nice.
Has Zidek drawing to 2 outs.
Nice.
Queens against 9s.
1.1.
Again for a chip lead pot.
1.1, yeah. 1.1, yeah. 1.6.
9 on the flop. Now had Rear drawing to 2 outs.
1 for 50.
Queens against 10s.
This is
Gets 4 flushed. Put out Punsry, still smiling somehow. Says, what can you do? I tell you what, chat.
1,450,000.
Wow.
That man on your screens right there.
450? Yeah.
Remember the name. Put out Punsry. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that young man from Thailand. It's going to be a fun one, ladies and gentlemen.
Martin Cabral, maybe? I don't know. It looks like Martin Cabral.
Just me and Canada?
Me and Canada. D-Negs, you are in rough shape, mate. Not anymore. Daniel Negreanu flopping trips. Daniel Dvoris with the nut flush draw. 560 in the middle already. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Hand number 3 of this 50k. Note the stack to pot ratio. Around 4.
160. 1 bet 160.
Dvoris going to continue for small. In the form of quarter pot. Man, D-Neck's just gonna click it. Clicks it to 360. And I was speaking to D-Negs. Went to pick him up from the airport. He's telling me about some of this new funky stuff he'd been working on, and I gotta admit, I'm a big fan of this. I mean, you could get Dvoris to just pile here. Although Dvoris blocking some of the King Jacks, Jack 10s of the world. That may try and get a sneaky one through. Yeah, Daniel was telling me how he's been coming with, you know, some limps, some like 4.5x, just taking some really unorthodox lines, some quirky stuff. And look at this.
One race, 800.
Daniel Negreanu has leveled Dvoris into 3-betting on the flop to 800k.
Oopsie doopsie. Oopsie doopsie. I might be fucked here, but I'm not.
5 seconds.
All in.
2 is all in.
Yeah, fuck it. I mean, if you got it, you got it. Just what are you gonna do, right? At this point, you got to play to win. All of it.
How much is it? Can you get a count?
Let's see. Okay, we got
Announces
1 million.
all
That's
in.
that he asked, right? Because then he probably doesn't have a queen. 1.1.
Daniel fading the snap call.
1.6.
Absolutely loving this.
No, you can't. You have to pause the clock
Yeah, he gets
while
it
you're
at
counting.
20. So that's 1.6, 1.9. This is more than I thought. Okay, 2 million.
He could effectively increase his stack by over 50% without seeing Eternal River.
煙10葵先佢。
Dvoris just gonna run the numbers in his head. Chat, I do apologize. I'm so confused as to didn't hear call announced or anything. Cards are on their backs. The dealer didn't say call.
I'm trying to calm myself because I have PTSD being all in.
This is a chip lead pot.
Stress disorder.
Ace on the turn. Changes nothing, although Dvoris does pick up an additional 2 outs. Ace or a spade needed
I didn't have one.
for Daniel Dvoris. And there it is, 6 of spades, corner
Nobody
pocket.
would believe me, I promise you. Nobody would believe me of how, like, I could feel that one. I could feel it.
6 of spades, corner pocket, and we're gonna lose Daniel Negreanu.
Oh, you don't need a fold, yeah. You got me covered, right? Okay.
Daniel Negreanu gonna bow out.
No, no.
If anyone knew, I swear. Like, I guess you guys see it. I'm always on TV when it keeps happening. Oh, boy.
Yeah, you almost
Good
have it
game.
nice every fucking 3 days.
Wow.
Oh, fuck.
As I said, we have PTSD with you, Daniel.
I could never go all in. I don't think I'd ever be busted.
That is how it works.
Big fan of all of these 5 players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely.
He's not happy.
I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Hellmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys and girls.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes a call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, shoot, boy.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, Pourquoi. Jack of hearts on the turn, would you believe? He has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand, Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
2.8.
just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call. Chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. Dean Eggs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do. Blind v blind with that run out.
Look at it. We like that turn just a little bit, right?
I was not going to give up.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deep, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deep loved that turn. Do apologise, Paul Bois up to second in chips. 36 bigs, 32% of all the chips in play. 8 of diamonds flashed. Sean Deeb snap mucking the Queen 8. Timothy Adams gonna click call with the pocket fives. He is flipping.
Maybe this is what the
Chat, I will catch up with you after this hand.
some of the all-ins and
all-in and calls.
5 away
I mean, it's been pretty fast-paced.
from either being down to
Big,
4.
like, as a spectacle.
what did you have?
Don't give him all, but don't fucking tell him.
5 spuds? Oh wow. I mean, I had naked sixes. Like sixes, the worst. I mean, the way my range plays is like the worst pair, and it's just like, yeah. Are they gonna deal the turn? I mean, it's just like a nasty spot. Sure. That was such a long.
Sweaty turn card. Open, looking for a 6, 8, 10, or a king to eliminate Timothy Adams, and it's the King of Hearts on the river. One of the best players in the world, Timothy Adams, fresh off of his 100K victory here just a couple of days ago, comes up short in bracelet event number 11, 5th place for 159,000 euros.
Alrighty, we are back live for more action. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov for the German Poker Days. 33 players remaining now. All players guaranteed €1,429. All chasing that top prize of €63,600. Top 4 finishers will also receive €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Small blind is 100k, big blind 200k with a 200k running big blind ante. Vratislav shoves from the small, Martin calls to the big. We are off to the races. Vratislav doesn't look like a happy jockey. 32% with his king deuce. Martin 68% with the ace jack. 4.3 million up for grabs in this one. Vratislav is... It is Martin who is at the at-risk player. Vratislav having him out-chipped by a couple of big blinds. 10-6-5, 2 hearts is the flop. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Vratislav now can win. If another heart hits the board, but the river is the queen of clubs. Martin doubles up and says, yeah. Vratislav will be crushed and crippled down to 625k.
C'est des roses. C'est ça, 100.
Vratislav all in for his last 3 big blinds, having happy min raise originally to 425 with ace jack. Mick out the way. Happy will call the additional 200k. Vratislav with the opportunity to get back into this with almost 10 big blinds. The flop is Queen 6-5. No help to Vratislav. Turn is the ace and happy eliminates Vratislav and will now be playing 3.2 million.
Tu comprends ce que je veux dire? Que les mains, je les jouerais pareil. En vrai, là.
Yeah, lots of people around the world get named at birth happy and gamble and grow up to be gamblers. It's amazing. It's like it's written in the stars. It's like they knew they were naming their child Happy Gamble, that their child was going to grow up to be a happy gambler. Thomas going for the lot here with pocket nines. It's going to be a fun night, lads. Fun morning. Bit of both. A mixed bag of carrots. Some carrot gold comedy. Yeah, that was the joke, Muffin. They're different shapes, sizes. It's just a stupid Irish mixed bag of carrots. Could be a mixed bag of anything. I just picked carrots. It's been a long day. And we just getting started. .32 players remaining. What's your favorite episode of South Park? Let me know in the chat. The assassin asks, is that old guy Daniel? No, I believe Negreanu was at Kings for the World Series of Poker Europe only less than 6 months ago. That's a really solid choice from Real Rusty and Original Muffin. They are two fantastic episodes. Handy car is a good one as well. Half man, half bear, and half pig. These kids are chasing their effing brains out. Oh, Jesus. Jesus on ice skates. One of my favorite episodes is definitely the Pee Wee hockey team. I think it's like season 7 or 8. Rob Schneider is a stapler. Right around then. I remember. I have a Member Berries. I have 2 Member Berries t-shirts, a Member Berries jumper, a Member Berries towel, a Member Berries cup, a Member Berries coffee cup. I love the Member Berries. Remember when live poker was great? Oh yeah, I remember. Remember when poker players could win online? Oh yeah, I remember. Martin raising to 450 for the King Queen offsuit. Look lads, if I'm on the late night shift / morning, there's going to be some silly shenanigans to get me over the finish line and to crown yet another champion from the King's Resort. Live from Rozvadov. Hey commentator guy, Don Ranton is my name. Action Dan, bringing you all the action. And Martin asking for a count here. The all-in of 1.8 million from Fabienne. 2.8 million in the middle, 1.4 million more for him to call. And guys, I'm just going to say it here. I think Martin is definitely priced in with King Queen. We've seen some other folds that have been raised folds off the 10 big blind stacks, but with the blinds 100k, 200k, it's 7 more big blinds on the dot for him to call. King Queen is going to play really well against that range. I just see all the reasons here for calling, not too many reasons to fold. One big reason for us to fold is we want to protect our stack that's almost 20 big blinds, but the chance to knock out a player for 7 more bigs and he doesn't take it, he decides to fold. We can see that Fabienne has a better hand, but King Queen is going to crack that better hand a considerable amount of the time. We should have a rough idea and know in our heads that if we are opening into certain stacks, there's certain stacks we'll call the all-in, certain stacks we will fold. If it gets to the stage where we are opening into loads of stacks that we'll just fold to everyone, we've got to tighten up our opening range, because our opponents can just rejam looser on us, knowing that we are just going to make tight hero folds. As Perky Lee asks what my favorite movies are. And Original Muffin makes an excellent point there. To be fair, you would not expect a6 to 3-bet shove 8 bigs from a mid position open. No, you wouldn't. And then taking that into consideration would make me think my King Queen is not going to be faring too well against the shoving range, because the shoving range is going to think it has limited to no fold equity, but we can see that that wasn't the case. But I just think if you really break down a hand as strong as King Queen, like you're flipping against pocket jacks. My favorite movies of all time, if I had a top 3, it's probably Shawshank Redemption, shock horror that's on the list. Goodfellas, because I just loved it my whole life. And I love Good Will Hunting. I don't know if it's top 3, but it's right up there. They are the top 3 off the top of my head. And when I was a kid, I loved E.T. E.T. was the big one growing up, and Star Wars. Yeah, but it wasn't even for 10 big blinds there. It was exactly 7 more to call. So he was raised, folding to a 9 big blind stack. If you continue to raise, fold to 9 big blind stacks, you are going to get attacked at the table. But you see it time and time again. Roy Keane's son says Dead Man's Shoes. I should know that movie. We've got someone in the chat watching Shawshank Redemption right now. I used to be able to recite pretty much every word of that movie. There's so many good quotes in it. And I was about to say, how often do you look at a man's shoes? And then Roy Keane's son says, Dead Man's Shoes, question mark. Tom going for a wild jam from the cutoff. A Queen 7 off suit for 8 big blinds. This is the stuff I can't understand. We've seen him folding 9s to an under the gun or an early position jam for less than 10 bigs, and he finds a fold of 15 bigs with 9s in the cutoff or on the button. And now we just see him willy-nilly going for the open jam from the cutoff with Queen 7 off suit for 9 bigs. Obviously, I like The Godfather. I feel like I'm supposed to like that movie more, and I need to watch them again. For me, there was a lot of action in it, but I just felt it very slow. But I've been told by movie buffs that I need to rewatch it. The original Muffin says the biggest downside of TV table is you can't listen to music. I being a DJ, I love music, and I do stand up. I love comedy. But if I'm at a TV table, I want to be fully concentrating on the poker. So it's probably a blessing in disguise that you can't listen to music at the TV table. Now I know a table like this, it seems like nobody's talking and everyone's tired. But you can pick up on so much information by not listening to music at a TV table, or any table for that matter. Pulp Fiction's really good. Obviously, The Lord of the Rings are right up there, guys. The Matrix. I'm trying to think of things that are way outside of the box, but all I'm thinking of are the ones that are obvious. I used to love Leon, the Professional. That was really good as well. No women, no children. Apocalypse Now was a good movie. Jan, our new player at the table, shoving all in for 7.5 big blinds with his kings from the cutoff. Mick with the decision, all in to call. He's only got 6 big blinds behind. Mick gonna have to call it off, don't blame him at all. And these guys are all in sub 10 big blinds, but it's a big moment for both of them with 29 remaining. The Kings of Jan way out in the lead here. Mick going to need help or he will be eliminated. Eight, 7, 4. 2 hearts is the flop. Great start for Jan. Turn is the deuce of spades. River, the deuce of hearts. Mick has been eliminated. Jan will now play 16 big blinds. Unlucky Mick. Wasn't to be, buddy. 28 players remaining now. We will have a redraw when we get to 24. So bear that in mind. All players guaranteed €1,429, but a pay jump is looming to €1,672. The Dark Knight, of course. Anyone for Snatch. Snatch and Lockstock are top 10 for me. Hence the expression, as greedy as a pig. And that pay jump has been reached, so now all players guaranteed €1,672. Happy raising to 450k with his ace-10 of hearts. And it looks like we are going for a redraw, ladies and gentlemen. That means we are going on a break. Stay tuned. We will be back in a few moments with more action live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov.
Right. So How
So
do you...
I'll explain how I did it from home.
Okay.
So what I do is, my flight left at 10 p.m.
Right.
Right? I want to wake up around, and it's 8 hours forward.
Right.
So 10 p.m. my time is 6 a.m. there.
Right.
2 hours into the flight is about 8 a.m.
Right.
So I'm gonna eat at midnight. Right? That's gonna be breakfast. Before midnight, I don't have any food. I fast the whole day.
Right.
Before noon. So like if you do earlier, it's even better. You know, anywhere from like 8 a.m. to noon, you have a big meal, satiate yourself, and then you basically the time that you will be asleep, you're not eating, right? Then when the new time, like, oh, I need to wake up here, it's like this is true in the animal world too. Like when they eat, that's the start of their day kind of thing.
Yeah.
So the body's tricked into thinking that, all right, this is the new beginning of my day. I fasted during sleep.
So you fasted from 12 p.m. your time.
Yeah.
You
till
then got on
midnight.
the plane at 10 p.m. You didn't eat until midnight.
Yeah.
So you went 12 hours.
I did 12. Yeah, 12 to anywhere 12 to 16.
And that was 8 a.m. Okay, I see.
Yeah. So basically, like when I had breakfast, when I had dinner at midnight, that's breakfast. Even though it wasn't a breakfast, that was my new breakfast because I hadn't eaten. Right. So your body's like.
I'm gonna give that a try.
Yeah. It's there's science behind it. It's not just like old wives' tale from Phoenix. It's a real thing.
Yeah. I'll have to give it a try.
And then of course, if let's say it doesn't work or whatever, and you're up at like 4 or 5 in the morning, don't eat. Like, that's the key thing is like if it doesn't happen the first 24 hours, like always make sure that you're not like eating, 4 hours before you want to wake up, because then you're gonna stay all fucked up. This schedule here for these events though, it's so fucked up that I don't even know what time makes sense to wake up, because I think I'm playing a lot of 4 p.m. tournaments.
It's pretty late.
Yeah.
Pretty late.
4 p.m., 6 p.m. till 2 or 3.
Max Hansen was his real name. Won like an EPT. Oh yeah. Like oversold in another one and scammed people a bunch. And now he's dead.
Let's move it along. I'm sorry I brought it up.
He goes in now. He just goes in now. He's dead.
Hey, you suck out of me, you eventually die. That's the rules.
Fair enough.
I rarely get in ahead, so most of you guys are safe.
That's some brutal table chatter. Not gonna lie. Anyway, moving on. Here we are. Green Dreams, I believe the answer is yes. Over 5,000 of you tuning in across the board as we jump back into this. How about that for a flop, ladies and gentlemen? Small blind v hijack could be absolute carnage. King Jack Jack, hand number 96 of the tournament.
He's got sweats, you know.
Adams with trip jacks, queen kicker, Pidden with trip jacks, 10 kicker, ace or a king would chop it. 2 to come, 1.9 in the middle. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. Adams going nowhere.
12.
Understandably so.
9-5 to be
Deuce of spades on the turn, changes nothing.
No.
Pidden, understandably, not slowing down on the turn. 1.3 into 3.4.
You fully retired now, or what?
Pretty much.
You know that spot where you folded the sevens?
No.
I opened into Tim's big
No
line.
active businesses.
Yeah. 8. Yeah, super tight spot for me, obviously. What would you 4-bet versus or pass? What would
Adams just makes the call. 4 of spades. Backdoor spades do get there. 6 million in the middle. Don't think Adams will be folding to a jam if Pidden decides to. Does announce all in, and
Can I just have a confirm account?
it's just going to ask for a quick count before flicking in the call, one would assume. And we're going to be down to the final 5 players unless Timothy Adams folds trips here. Obviously losing to ace jack, king jack. Does make the call. Jack no good for Pidden, outpipped by 1.
Good game, man.
And ladies and gentlemen,
Unlucky.
we are down to the final 5 players here
Good game, man.
in the 50K Diamond High Roller.
Easy, man.
So we lose Daniel Pidden in 6th place, 119,500 euros for his efforts.
What you had? King Jack and...
Renato raising to 12K. Luca in the hijack with ace king. We've got action here. This is going to be a big flip, one would imagine. Is for almost his entire stack, but with a hand as strong as Jack's here, not going to get much better opportunities. Calls it off. All in the fella. Call the other fella. 301,000 in the middle here.
Good luck.
Must be a jack burned somewhere. Luca 57%. The Jeffries 43. Queen 8 deuce. Hits the flop 2 hearts. Great start for Renato. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Great turn for Renato. Luca needing an ace or a king on the river. It does not come. Luca has been eliminated.
It's different in this situation.
Good game. Bro, you have to. Thank you. Thank you. Hello.
Well, I'm a vegan, right? I've been a vegan for 20 years, and then I started adding muscle and like learning how to, do that on a vegan diet. And I have like a very regimented like structure for when I'm home and I'm like working out. Wake up 10:30, breakfast in the gym at noon, 4 meals a day. I count my macros. I measure everything. That's when I'm like not playing World Series of Poker. During World Series of Poker, whether it's Vegas or Razvedov, I do whatever the hell I want. I eat candy, I eat chocolate, I work out if I feel like it, maybe not. I just all like devote myself to poker. But the idea typically is to be in shape before I start. So that way, I'm not like complete mess.
What is your favorite candy then?
My favorite candy? Man, jeez. Well, chocolate, right? Chocolate's not a candy. I guess it's but chocolate.
Which one?
Like just peanut butter chocolate cups, and you know what I mean?
Nice.
Like come on, like they're good. And you can get those vegan very easy, just dark chocolate.
Yeah, good protein source as well. Good fat source.
Well, chocolate has protein.
The peanut butter.
Oh, the peanut butter. Well, yeah, a little bit, not a ton of protein.
No, did it not? Oh, okay. I thought
a little bit. Peanut butter's like most like you said, it's a fat.
Okay.
With a little bit of protein. It's got protein. But
do you eat like any kind of supplements? Like maybe some like Leon mushrooms or maybe something?
Well, when I'm working out, like I'll do like usually after workouts I'll do like I'll use protein powder and do a protein shake. But for me, like my main sources of food are like seitan, which is like vital wheat gluten. You can make it taste like chicken, beef, whatever, right? It's like a fake meat, pure protein, no carbs, no fat. And the other one is like tofu, and then also protein powder. I think a lot of people who go vegan, they make a mistake. They just eat a lot of beans, and then you end up farting a lot. It's like too much, so you don't want to do that, right?
Wow. Blind v blind. Sam Grafton, 5 cards away from being up to 8 million in chips and number 99 of this final table.
Are you rooting for me?
No.
You're too professional. You're too professional.
Yeah, no, I want to see a 7 right in the door.
Too much.
Nicky P being honest, saying he wants to see a 7 right in the door. If Squiddy can hold here, he's going to have over 30 big blinds, needs to fade a 7, and now needs to fade a 6 or a jack. 7 would give him the straight. Adams going from 3 to 7 outs.
I wish you called them kings.
10 on the turn. Now giving Adams some chop outs. Queen of Spades on the river. And Sam Grafton, ladies and gentlemen.
Somebody's gambling around.
Now up to 8 million in chips, looking for his first bracelet.
Okay, we have 2 million, 3.5, 6.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for more live action. After a rebalancing of tables, 27 players remain. Blinds still 100k, 200k with a 200k running big blind ante. That's 100, 200, 200. Yeah, another reason that you don't have phones or technology at the table is to encourage players to engage with each other, to make it more entertaining for the modern viewer. So 27 remain, 4.5 million is the average, which is good for about 23, 24 big blinds currently. Wolf K raising to 450,000 with the Queen Jack offsuit, gets Labo to call in the big blind with his King Jack offsuit. Flop quickly, going check, check, the turn coming to 9 of hearts, 9, 5, 4, deuce, 6 is the board. Got to take a stab at this. If you're Ulf K at some stage, try get your opponent to fold an ace high type hand, or a deuce or a 4 or something stupid like that. You see, that's a good example of letting a hand like that go to showdown. King Jack out kicking the Queen Jack. Yes, the cut-off fold with the ace-9 was on the tighter side. This MFG picks up 2 Jeffreys under the gun with 20 big blinds. MFG taking it down. Hijack opening to 475 with the pocket fives, and Andreas re-jamming from the small with the king queen offsuit, and happy now with the decision for 2.125 million more. Happy will fold his small pockets. There's KML dropping by to say hi as Jan takes down the blinds. KM says he got shafted in the GG 10 million tourney. I heard that it's going to be some tournament. Darian Brand moves all in for 12 bigs. For all those asking why you can't have electronics at the feature table: A, because it's bad for television. B, it's bad for television. C, devices can do strange things these days, and it's best to not have them get in the way. Best to not have the machine get in the way of the human. Try to separate the machine from the human while we can. Before we've nothing left. The Massage. MFG taking that one down with the ace-king offsuit. Yeah, and the programs that people can use on phones these days, these Whoop apps on watches and God knows what equipment can do things on your devices these days. Push fold charts, anything. Be running some complex solver. Who knows what can take place. Best to just avoid these situations. Ulf is all in over the top of MFG. MFG raising to 425. It's going to be exactly 1 million more for him to call. 975. Let's go for 5 more big blinds. Wow, a wee what. It's that time of the night. Loose open and a loose fold. Jan opening to 425 with the ace king of diamonds. What time are you taking over on the mic there, KML? Let me know. Or is it original muffin or is it Bodie? I'm going to do a duet. Darian on the button is 7 of clubs. Very jammable if the raise had come from later position. Okay, Mel, I just woke up. Yeah, I was up from it's like 8 a.m. I think. It's definitely not finished for the day at 24. We are playing down to a winner live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov tonight, /morning. Darian has rejammed and he's picked very bad timing because Jan sitting there with the ace king of diamonds. And now he's going to need serious help with his ace 7 of clubs. Seven, 4, deuce. Turn is the 8 of hearts. Darian set to double up here. Very lucky. And will now play a stack of 5.2 million. And poor Jan, very unlucky there. He'll be playing less than 5 big blinds. Jan calling. I don't know what's happened here. Tell the graphics. Okay, so Jan is going for it here for 700k. It's all in and call. Ace 6-3 is the flop. 2 diamonds. Jan now use a diamond to double up. Turn is the ace of hearts. Oh, I didn't see he had a 6. So Jan, sit back down. He was playing 8 big blinds. 8.5. Yeah, KML. Quite shallow stacks indeed. Massive field once more. 40-minute clock. 24 remaining. Average stack. 25 bigs, give or take. Blinds have just gone up actually. Small blind now 150k, big blind 300k with a 300k running big blind ante. That's 150, 300, 300. Siege with the rejam getting called by MFG. 4.5 million in the middle. Siege with ace king off suit. MFG with the queen 10 off suit. Jack 4-3 is the flop. MFG needing a queen or a 10 or some running straight cards. Turn is a jack of hearts. Siege now. Great shape to double up here. River is a deuce of hearts. MFG will now be playing 8 big blinds. Siege playing 15.5. big action here. MFG with the ace king off suit and Andreas with the jacks. Top is queen, 9, 3, 2 diamonds. Andreas way out in the lead now with his jacks. Turn is the 4 of spades. MFG going to need an ace or a king on the river. It is the queen of spades. MFG has been eliminated. Andreas will pay almost 6 million now. Pay jump has been reached. All players now guaranteed €2,020. Jan all in for his last 5 big blinds from the cutoff with ace-7 off suit. Look at that, Jan adding 750k to his stack there just by successfully taking down the blinds and antes. Massive at this late stage. Not that much chips at this table currently. Chip leader with 19 big blinds. Happy raising to 700k, but obviously committing himself with the queens. happy under the gun here. King 10 of diamonds. Raising to 750k. Probably just wanted to be... this is fine. This is going to look really strong. We want to have some raised folds in our range from under the gun here. Otherwise, we can't do this with aces, kings, queens, and the likes. I've seen on No Gamble, No Future on Poker Go there on the break, they had a pot that was almost 2 million won by Patrick Antonius. It's the largest pot in American television history. Look at this action. Rudolph all in from the hijack with King Jack off suit. The Ronnie Rockets for Ulf. Ulf calling it off for his last 5 bigs. Ten 3 deuce is the flop. 2 spades. Turn is the 8 of spades. And Ulf getting the check mark. Rudolph will be our 23rd place finisher. Oh no, it looks like Rudolph will be left with 1.5 big blinds. The last time I got this wrong was last weekend, and the player came back to get from 1 big all the way to chip leader and then came 3rd. So a chip and a chair, ladies and gentlemen. Anything possible in the great game of No Limit Hold'em. Andreas min-raising with the King Queen off suit. Jan in the small, King Jack off, 55 big jams. And Labo is going to have to take a stand here. He's playing 4 big blinds behind. Incredible. Lets it go. Jan will stack those chips. If he's not calling off blind v blind with King 6 off suit for 5 big blinds, what is he calling off? He had less, and he already has his big blind invested and his big blind ante. Rudolph all in under the gun with 9-3. As KML says, Dan, I'll be at Kings again in a couple of weeks. Come down and I'll get you. I can't just come down to Kings. I have to, to fly over from Ireland. I'm in college. And I want to play some of the scoops. If I'm going to Kings this year, it'll be for the World Series of Poker Europe. Probably the starter or the 1K. We'll take it from there. But thank you for your very kind offer. 957 is the flop. Good start for Rudolph. Happy we'll need an ace or a jack or a spade now, as the turn is the 10 of spades. River is the 6 of hearts. KML, I have to do this thing by April. It's like a dissertation. It's like 5,000 words. So I can't be doing anything until then. And if I'm doing anything, I'll play the Irish Open. That's not an event I want to miss. If we could play 2 events this year, it would be to get over to Kings for the World Series of Poker Europe and to play the Irish Open. Andreas with ace king of clubs facing the open from Happy. Happy with the ace 4 of hearts. Incredible. Happy calling it off with the ace-4 of hearts. If he was going to do this, he should have just shoved himself. Granted, he ran into ace-king, but that is not going to be always the case. Unless he thought his hand was strong enough to raise call. Jack 6-6 is the flop. One heart in it for happy. Turn is the second heart in it for happy. This time the 10 of hearts. Andreas needing to hold. River, the queen of spades, giving Andreas the nut straight. Happy has been eliminated. 20 players remain in the German Poker Days main event final day. All players guaranteed €2,386 with a page on blooming of about 350. About 350. Andreas Arnold with 37% of the chips in play at this table with 33 big blinds is your overwhelming chip leader. Just shows how short everyone else is. 15, 15, 11, 10, 3 and 3. Ulf folding 10 bigs into small with king deuce. Really wants to be jamming that one. We can see on this occasion big blind was waking up with an ace. Ace 6 off. Andreas raising to 650k. We'll take that one down. Interesting, Besiege not defending his king 6 of clubs for a min. Lebeau all in for just over $1 million with King 5 of clubs. Andreas calling with his Ace King of Spades. A lot of Vamos in the building. Labo 30% with his King 5 of clubs. Andreas 70% with his Ace King of Spades. 2.8 million in the middle up for grabs. Nine, 3, 5 is the flop. One spade. Great start for Labo. Turn is the 3 of clubs. Andreas needing to hit on the river now. An ace. Labo's rail going mad. Up to 9 big blinds. Okay, you've heard the man. We are going to have a redraw, which means we have another commercial break, and we'll be back in a few moments with the final 16 players of the German poker days. See you in a few.
Start of the day.
We will not make it. We can bet.
This even way less people actually. Less people than the last time, yeah. Because the last time was like 83 or something.
The DJs are trying to have a bet at the table whether they will make the money before play is ended for the evening.
By one level, no, I don't think so.
Everything is too slow.
One level more, 20 knockouts is asking for a lot. If it is one level more.
I think also so.
Erkin continuing on Jack 8-6, 2 spade flop. Here and a flush draw for Erkin. Patrick with middle pair, Queen of Spades in his hand also. Bet of 22k and a call, over 100k in the middle now as we see the turn. Oh, the turn is the 8 of clubs, giving Patrick trips now. Erkan most likely just going to take a free card, try hit a spade on the river. And he does do just that. 4 of spades hitting the river, giving Erkan the nut flush.
That's 60.
Patrick with a bet of 60k, 60% pot. How much can Erkan raise to get called by an 8? And how is this going to look to Patrick?
160.
160. Patrick getting 3-1 on a call here for 100k more. Patrick calling an unbeliever with his 8.
Yeah, nice flop.
Nice pot for Erkan, adding 222k to his stack. That's the first real hit we've seen Patrick take.
Thank you.
You end up gagging and almost throwing up at the smell of your own, you know. So to counter that, this 12-hour solo commentary stint felt like you guys would give me a bit of space, a bit of leeway.
You just love poker.
And let me off the old sock and sandals grind.
Oh, good. It is.
You know, like my one-time pass. Bam saying never an excuse. Boots saying agree, sock and sandals is brutal. All right, chat. Okay.
But apart from that, I'm all good.
And issues with our central nervous system, but other than that.
Celebson saying getting paid millions for it. Millions. All right, chat. All right. Okay, no more socks and sandals. I see how it is.
Or society.
So we jump back into this.
Other than that,
Button open from Nikki P. Deeb with the 3-bet out the small with the queens. This could be a chip lead pot, ladies and gentlemen.
5 seconds.
Orpin has woken up with ace queen O in the big.
One time
Button v small blind v big blind. Chat, does Orpin just rip here? For 33 bigs. Oh, wow. Oh, boy. 3.1 million from Orpin, the cold 4 out of the big. Sean Deeb looking for bracelet number 4. In a great spot to either just pick up this 5.6 in the middle or get it in with the queens. and be a 3-1 favourite to have over half the chips in play. Hand number 102. Nail-biting stuff here. Can't fault Orpin for 4-betting out of the big. Deeb with the 3-bet out the small. Nicky P on the background saying he's going to shove over the top of this 3-bet.
All in.
Does announce all in. And Orpin with a snap fold. Sean Deeb picks up a monster pot without even having to sweat 5, up to 14 million in chips.
I see, yeah.
It's history about to be made here.
Lucky Luck under the gun, raising with ace queen off suit to 45k, and he's sad with the 2 black Jeffreys 2 seats over.
Raise.
He's going to raise. The 3-bet to 105k. Mexi now in the big blind with 2 9s. A difficult spot. The raise coming from under the gun and the 3-bet from mid position 1.
Oh.
Just calls the 85k more. I think with this stack depth, this is totally fine. Try flop a set 3 ways. Why not? Go 3-way action to the flop, 345k in the middle. Ace, 8, 7, all spades is the flop. Lucky Luck flopping by far the best of it here. Top pair, queen high flush draw. Sad wants to bet. He wants to bet something around 100k, 85k, something like that. Goes for 90.
How much to play, please? I cannot see this. Can you cut it like 20? Please?
Lucky look at the option. Raise or just call. Raising 250k here.
All in.
Look at this. Instead going over the top. Just the jack of spades. Going with his read. Don't know what this accomplishes really. It's a very daring move. Lucky Luck showing significant strength, raising to $250,000 on the flop. He is a non-believer of the $250,000 raise, it would seem. And if you're Lucky Luck, you're not loving this calling off. You're going to be losing against made flushes, ace king, considerable portion of the time here.
You sure? I fold a really
Wow,
big hand.
wow.
I know. You would not
Sad.
believe if you see. You can see later.
Later we can see.
Mad genius move has worked.
I say
no, that's a-
set aces.
Or,
Ace king,
or
king of spades.
I think set ace.
Sad
ace.
repping a hand stronger than ace queen.
I think you have maybe a set
Getting
sevens or eight.
Lucky Luck to fold
I
ace
have
queen
ace
with the queen of
and
spades.
very good flash draw.
We're playing poker today, folks.
Show one
One card, one card, one card.
No.
Wow. Ace queen and queen of spades. Wow.
On the turn.
The move with the jacks, with the jack of spades working this time, but needs to be really careful doing stuff like that.
Like 2.3.
2 million back.
Thanks.
Right? 4.6. 2,060,000 back. If you want it.
All in.
He does announce all in with the ace-6.
The card, and then I'll have to look at the other one.
See what D-Nex
that's a
wakes
good
up
one.
with.
That's probably coming. Let's see what the other one is. Why is it always ugly? Oh, never mind. That's plenty. Plenty good against this man. He goes only with 947. I saw him before. Huh? You saw him before. Okay, I'm all in.
D-Nex makes the call, cards on their backs.
Oh, he has an ace? How do you get an ace?
Ben Heath
Remember what we were saying about best hand? Let's have the worst hand win.
came into this final table as chip leader.
Yeah. Have a good hand. I shoved. Yeah.
Been a bit up and down if he can hold here.
He would have shot. He would fold ace-6 off for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Play suited.
He will stop Daniel Negreanu
King.
right in his tracks on winning bracelet number 7.
Where's the spiel about the best hand winning now?
That's what I reversed it. I reversed it. Like, well, let's forget all that.
To the flop, ladies and gentlemen, and it is a king in the window. Trip kings for Daniel Negreanu.
It's not over yet.
Hunting bracelet number 7 and in great shape to get the double here. Needs to fade the running Broadway of running clubs, and Ben Heath is dead on the turn. Would you believe? Chat, is history about to be made here in Rozvadov?
Got the defensive.
Daniel Negreanu doubles up to 20 big blinds.
People on stream who are wondering why you're calling King 8.
Yeah, right? It's like,
You read the completely unrelated hand from the stone bubble.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for more live action from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. 16 players remaining now. Or is it 18? 18, 2 tables of 9. That means there's another pay jump looming from €2,386 to €2,752. Michel Tocci, that is the player who I was talking about, who came back from one big blind last weekend. They secured themselves about a 40 grand payday. King 5-3 is the flop. Tocci all in for 2 big blinds. Needs to get lucky on this river. Can't do it. Michel Tocci has been eliminated in 18th place. Another deep run for that player. Just incredible. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it's official. I have a flask of coffee, a litre of coffee. I'm going to start drinking coffee yet again. Even though the last cup I had was about 7 or 8 hours ago now, maybe even 9. Here we go. Nine, 5, 6 all diamonds is the flop. Brand not going to be able to continue there. Peter will take that one down with a C bet. KML says he just seen the 2 million hand, the cash hand I mentioned earlier. Massive punt, yeah. Huge by Pearson. He thought he had outs as well, which I thought was funny. I don't know much about Pearson. He's a massive investor or something. celebrity. Just 17 casinos he owns, is that all? Wow. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we've got action here. Tom, pocket nines. And Casper with the aces. With the rejam. Five, 3, 6, 2 diamonds is the flop. Tom gonna need some big help here. Could hit runner, runner, diamond, runner, runner, straight, or a 9. Turn is a diamond, the 4 diamonds. River, the 10 of spades. Tom has been eliminated. We are down to 16 players. Casper will now be playing 8.8 million. Blinds are up. Small blind now 200k, big blind 400k with a 400k running big blind ante. Peter. P-Thor raising to 750k. Brian with the option in the small blind, ace-4 offsuit. With 5 bigs, decides to let it go. Less than 5 bigs. KML says the opener is the table chip leader and the cutoff his range is wide. I agree totally. Think it's a great opportunity to get an ace in the small blind to get to rejam in the first place. (7-4) offsuit as an open to 2.5x was a bit wide there, alright. I don't mean a bit wide, very wide, but the cards meaning less with that stack size and how tight players have been playing. Cool jacket though, I like the jacket. This guy's got his Monday jacket ready. And it makes a lot of sense. You pick up 1 million now with the blinds and antes being as large as they are. 1 million you can add to your stack just by taking them down. It's gone past 4:20 at the King's Resort. Players are going to be tired. Decision fatigue will set in as 15 remain. Casper getting a walk with the ace-9 offsuit. 14 players remaining now. Rudolph moving all in for 2.5 big blinds under the gun with the Queen Deuce offsuit. Rudolph would have been better off letting the blinds and antes hit him. Chances are he's going to have a hand better in the small blind or the big blind than Queen Deuce offsuit. As it stands, Peter priced in with the 9-3, so Rudolph technically looking like a genius. Ace 10 Queen is the flop, 2 spades. Turn is the Queen of clubs. Rudolph now with the check mark will double up, live to fight another day. You see Peter nearly having 40% of all the chips in play at this feature table, playing 52 bigs. Closest to him with 34, then 22, 16, 7, 6 and 3. Brian picking up a savage hand for 3 and a bit big blinds under the gun. Is a pay jump here of about 350. So we just pause before moving all in. And he's going to get it through here. Rudolph just for the jack deuce in the big. I think it's a bit of both KML. He is stalling for the jump surely, and I don't know if it matters if he looks weak or not. Like, he's got 3 big blinds, he just wants a call. I presume he wants a call. What? I've seen a few weird things today, so I don't know. Jumping for joy, I'm sure, to get his 3.5 big blinds under the gun, over the line with the king queen suited. Very good point. There is only one stack at the table that doesn't care about losing 3 big blinds when they're all that shallow. Be interesting to know how much chips are on the outer table. And yes, I know we don't have any information on the outer tables. Oh. Well done or medium rare. I'm more of a medium rare guy myself. I like it raw. Michael has an okay stack yet, 30 odd big blinds. I think I was saying on stream last weekend, KML, that I changed diets. I did 27 days on keto and I got to 49 days the previous year. Training's going great, although I basically trained twice yesterday, today, whatever. Yeah, yesterday. And I'm feeling the full effect of that now. I hadn't planned on training as much, but my brother came out to the shed and I ended up doing a second workout. He's a good kickboxer. So it's getting some tips. As for the diet, like, I keep switching them, trying to stick to one. I hadn't had a fizzy drink in nearly a month, and then when I had a fizzy drink I wanted a bottle of Coke, so chocolate as well, very bad with chocolate. I'll put Bloodsport on the list, Perky Lee. I'm going to Google that now. Oh yeah, I do know it yet. It's been a long time. Okay, Mel, I just broke the keto and I wanted Coca-Cola. I didn't care. I hate the sugar-free stuff. I had my 2 or 3 days on the chocolate binge there now. I've only about another week or so to go before I'm going to take a trip to Galway for a comedy gig. And I'm sure I won't be having a keto diet when I'm there. Rudolph all in for 1.4 million. Brian with the option in the cutoff. This is an incredible opportunity for Brian to rejam. But he just decides to let it go. The raise and the re-raise all in front of him. But he's to realise the raise is coming from the chip leader, who can be raising very willy-nilly in this situation. And Rudolph only having 3.5 bigs is going to be very wide on the rejam. So Ace-9 would have played very well as a rejam with all the dead money out there, but he decides to let it go. And now Peter has another opportunity to knock out Rudolph, but Rudolph once again has a very good chance of doubling up off the chip leader. 7-4-3 is the flop, 2 spades. Rudolph 83% now. Turn is the jack of clubs. Peter going to double him up again, it looks like. The river is the 3 of diamonds. Rudolph going to sit back down. Will now be playing almost 10 big blinds. As KML says, he's been on sugar free for a couple of years now. Honestly can't tell the difference. Yeah, I hear that a lot. I'm eating heavy steak diet now for the next few months. Steak and fruit is the main thing I'm eating. I'm not trying to be in keto anymore. I've done my few weeks away from it. That was to stop boozing and stuff. So I'm eating very little carbs at the moment. Mostly steak and fruit. Bit of veg. I'm not trying to stay in keto, so I can have a bit of chocolate, bit of carbs if I want. Yeah, it annoys me when people talk about how much sugar is in fruit. I have my pieces of fruit spaced out over the day, and I don't put them all in together like a big smoothie. And it's all natural sugars, and if you're not having any sugars from other things in your diet other than a bit of chocolate, I don't see the problem with it. Well, I lost 10 pounds there in a month, and I wasn't really trying that hard. I'm going to lose another. I only want to lose another 10 to 15 pounds. That's it. I'm 255 on the dot. Like, I don't want to be under 240, and I don't want to be over 265. So what I notice is I'm losing all the weight off my, my shoulders, my arms, chest, legs. But it's all just building around my gut then, and my belly, the beast, the belly of the beast. But thanks for asking me about my exercise and diet. I'm going to continue on this path until the summer hits, of course. Then I'll be DJing around the place. Brian raising to 725, getting called by Adam with pocket threes on the button. Adam's a very competent player. Ace-9 deuce is the flop. Brian goes all in. Very surprised to see Brian raise pre off this stack size, by the way. I should have mentioned that sooner. Getting the call from Adam. Adam is a very competent player. This seems like a very frustration call to me. Turn is the king of clubs, and Brian most likely going to double up here. And I don't like Adam's call pre-flop now that I could see the exact size of Brian. for me, both players butchering their hand here. Just has to be said. We know Adam is well capable of playing this game. Really pushing the boat out and being ambitious, trying to flop a set there when the raise is coming off a 7 big blind stack. I am shocked to see a hand as weak as ace-8 do that. If he made it a little bit more, and he's basically committing himself. It's not too bad as long as he's not raise folding, I guess. He should just shove. Well, KML, I think it was a terrible call pre-flop. Unless he was just calling the all-in. In which case, it's not too bad, but it's still bad because you've got a baby pair with 13 left in a big event. Better spots for our 20 big blinds, surely. Labo shoving 6 bigs with king, queen of diamonds. And Peter can just pretty much raise hell here. Yeah, KML, this is what I'm saying. Was he committing himself? Was he just like doing the all in, not all in, putting out 750? If he was putting out 750 and folding for the 1.6 million behind, then it's horrific. If he was committing himself, then it's not so bad. And he did get someone to call with pocket trees pre-flop for this sizing. And getting the crying call from his opponent on the flop, so it was a very weird hand to commentate on. We don't mention the GTO word around here, but that would be very anti-GTO. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Adam doing some weird 3xing off 5s in the hijack, and Rudolph has stuffed it on him, and now Adam's going to be priced in here. This is terrible. It's 1.9 into 4.7. It's a terrible spot to be in because now he's getting about 2.5 to 1. And you only need 40% equity to make that call, and 5s would have that, but he finds a way of getting to fold his hand. Adam must be very tired, as are all players, but it's really showing. Yeah, we've seen Adam. He has a total live earnings of 40 grand. Best live cash is 3.5. I must be mixing him up with a different player. It happens from time to time. There's a lot of players to try and remember. Casper under the gun. King Queen off suit. Raising to 825 with about 7 million behind. Brian in the cutoff. Have to remember, players are six-handed now. This is a good and certainly a good re-jammable candidate there with the pocket pair. Michael raising on the button to 1.2 million, the full 3x. Casper in the big. Now normally this would be a great hand to re-jam. It still is, but the 3x from the button will look stronger. I would still go for it with 12 remaining. Button against big blind, ace 10 off suit. Exactly 20 big blinds. Already 2.2 million to pick up out there. This is it's just an over adjustment to say the least. Folding the ace 10 off suit to a button 3x open. That's a great example of not giving your opponent too much credit there. Yes, he 3x'd it. Yes, it looks strong. But we have ace 10. We've got a really nice rejammable 20 big blinds, and we get to add 2.2 million to our 8 million stack, so we'll be increasing our chip stack by over 20%. We can't just let them opportunities pass us by. Add them all in for 5 bigs on the button. Casper asking for a count. Surely going to be going with his ace 8 from the small. Does isolate Rudolph out the way with his 9 deuce.
7 contre H8.
So Casper ahead here with ace-8. The flop is 7-5 deuce. Great flop for Adam. Casper needing an ace or an 8 now. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. Adam 83% to double up here to 5.1 million. Does do just that. The river, the 9 of clubs. Michael with the raise to 800k. Brian coming along in the big blind with King Jack of Hearts. Flop is 9-7-5. Inside straight draw from Michael. Brian. Backdoor straight draws the betting lead. Sorry, he doesn't have the betting lead. Again, we should just see Brian rejamming here. It's getting really close to the final table. Our opponent is going to be opening wide enough in the hijack that we certainly have enough equity if we are called, and if we aren't called, we increase our stack by 40-50%. It's just a mandatory rejam. Don't want to be coming down too hard on these players at 5 AM at the King's Resort, but there's a lot to be learned here with picking up chips to give yourself an opportunity at the very least to come in the top 4 and secure one of these €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets. These mistakes are things you must capitalize on if you are going to succeed in no limit hold'em tournaments, especially live, especially these kind of buy-ins, this exact kind of scenario. KML says he's not calling 11 big blinds with 100% of his opening range. Not a hope of it. Now Brian in the small. Great opportunity to jam this and take down the blinds and antes and add them to his stack. He decides to give a walk. So what you're seeing is a domino effect of mistakes. You make one mistake and then you see more mistakes. It's okay to give up a small blind here and there, But if you... Okay, so he just folded Jack 8, sub 10 big blinds, blind v blind. You do that once, you don't gain a million chips to your stack there with the blinds. So just say 2.5 big blinds. If you do that 4 times, that's 10 big blinds extra you would have in your stack. Or currently 10 million chips. You do the maths. I'm not a mathematician. That sounds like a lot of moolah to me. Hello, Sid Cat. Sid Cat, we are playing until we have a winner today. There are 10 players remaining, 1 elimination away from the final table. The winner is going to take home over 60 G's and the ticket that's worth 10 grand on top. Adam in the small 6-4 clubs, 10 big blinds. Decides to let it go. Casper ready to snap with his ace 10. Baby Ace says you can hear the fruit machines in the background. You can always hear the fruit machines, the King's Resort in the background. That and some cheesy ambiance from the radio stations playing music. And every now and again the fruit machine gets hit hard and we get treated to Mozart. As the blinds have gone up, the small blind 250k, big blind 500k with a 500k running big blind ante, that's 250k. 500, 500. Oh, and this could spell disaster here for Rudolph. Casper setting the trap. Casper set the trap lovely, although all the money was going in the middle, irregardless. Rudolph with the pocket eights, needing to get lucky here, or Casper will eliminate Rudolph in 10th place, and we will go to the final table. Flop ace, 7-5, no help. Rudolph going to need an 8 or some running straight cards. Turn is a deuce of hearts. He's down to an 8 and an 8 only. It is not to be. The river is a 4 of clubs. Rudolph has been eliminated in 10th place. Will take home €3,942 for his efforts. That means we have our final 9. We are going to go on a short break, get things chipped up and redrawn for your viewing pleasure. And we'll be back in a few moments for the final table of the German poker days. See you then. Of this event, the average stack creeping ever closer to $1 million.
Это там 400, the 100 тысяч. 4, get?
Million. Millions total.
How much?
Million together.
Million.
Okay. Exactly.
Close 50.
36 players remaining now. Thomas raises to 50k. Mexi calling in the hijack with the Jack-9 of clubs. Giuseppe not wanting to see a flop with the King-7 offsuit. We go heads up to the flop. Mexi in position on ace, 10, 4, 2 hearts. Thomas flopping a set. That's 50k and a quick call from Mexi. Turn giving him a world of outs. The 8 of clubs. And oh boy, we've got action.
125.
And from Thomas, I don't want to be going too small here with 2 flush draws on board. I want to bet something like 150. Bets 125. Mexi with the open ender and the flush draw. You can see above his head his 8 outs. Looks like he's going for a raise here. A raise to 350. This will be music to Thomas's ears.
All in. Call.
Thomas moves all in. Mexi quickly calling. This pot spiraling out of control, out of nowhere. 2.2 million in this pot, ladies and gentlemen. That is 110 big blinds as we are going to see the river. Mexi is going to have over 3 million if he hits. Thomas is going to have 2.2 if he can hold. What a moment for both players here. The river is a brick, the tree a diamond. Sit back down, Thomas. Mexi going to lose a massive chunk of his stack. Thomas now going to be playing 110 big blinds. What a difference a hand can make.
975.
Well, you know what, Apocalypse? You can't say that wasn't an action turn. We want action on this channel, and we've had non-stop action for this first hour of play. We are only live 60 minutes, and look at all the hands we've got to witness.
Good boy saying, yeah, I've been using the no fold quite often. It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. He's just like, yeah, no, I'm out of here. GG's. German just like, we've spotted the tanker, chat. We've spotted the tanker. Red Misty said, Poker Room Kings, good afternoon, sir, and thank you for the great coverage. Red Misty, welcome to the stream. I understand, like, tanking and whatnot in marginal decisions, but the tanking with, oh boy. The tanking with, you know, the Queen 7 from +1 earlier, now the 10-4, it feels a bit. Poker City now saying, hi Henry, great job as per usual, keep it up, greetings. Peter from Poker City, provide Dutch commentary for Kings every now and then. Shout out Poker City, and now shout out to all the Dutch community members. A lot of love for the Dutchies. They've been a big support over the years as we dive back into this, ladies and gentlemen. If a club finds its way to the river, could be losing a true legend of the game very quickly here on day 3. See what Orpen brings on the turn. 72k in the middle. I'm going to slow down. Comes with B50. Two-tone broad texture. Feels like a dicey turn proposition against the big blind range. Although Orpen is going to have, you know, every combo of King 10 suited and King 10 offsuit, and then I guess every combo of 10-8 suited from the cutoff, as well as set advantages on this board. But Victor gonna attack this smaller sizing. Did feel like an attackable size B50 on this turn card. Takes it north to 147.
Thank you.
Been getting laid 2.5 to 1 on a call. Obviously doesn't know that he has the best hand. Nine clubs in the deck. Suppose the 3 10s. 12 outs once, getting around 25%. So not really getting the direct odds on a call from a mathematical point of view. That's if he assumes that, you know, his ace and king are no good. Victor Blom just picking up on this weak turn barrel. I say that with the utmost respect and love for Orpen, you know, fresh off a bracelet. Just felt like a turn sizing that's asking to be attacked. I don't know, chat. Feel free to weigh in, by the way. Feels like a turn card where we don't want to be half-potting a lot. But again, zero authority from me in the booth here. Just felt like a natural big size or a check. Orpin does make the call. 3-6-6 in the middle. Brick rolls off, and Victor Blom with the slap jam on the river with 8 high. Says Isildur, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that Orpin has taken this long with this decision here, with just ace high, actually thinking this one through. I mean, this isn't posturing, chat. This is one of the best players in the world, #1 on Turkey's all-time money list. Competes festival in, festival out with some of the best players in the world. Typically see him traveling the circuit with Daniel Dvoris, Sam Grafton, Timothy Adams. Orpin is legitimately considering this spot here. He's thinking of making this call. He's reverse engineering the way that this hand has played out. You've got to think about the range of hands that check raise turn and jam river for value. Blocking King 10, that's obviously one of the immediate good things about this as a bluff catcher. Unblocking diamonds also feels nice. Is Blom ever turning a hand like King 8, King of Diamonds, into a bluff? Tip of my hat.
And 5 of diamonds or something.
Yeah, see, Orpin's dialed in, bro. 10-5 of diamonds. This isn't TV table time. He doesn't need it. This is Orpin just doing what Orpin does, man. Note the shift in body language from Victor as well. An immediate smirk on his face. The last thing you want to hear from your opponent when you're sat there with 8 high is 10-5 of diamonds or something like the soul read. You're just turning a hand on the turn into a bluff. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if he makes this call, am I allowed to go out there and just give him a hug? Am I allowed to do that? He makes the call, ladies and gentlemen, with ace high. Hand number 13.
Good luck, guys.
#1 on Turkey's all-time money list. What did I just witness, chat?
We really had bad hand to call as well, but
Orpin, take a bow, my friend. He wasn't posturing on the turn.
that's some risk there, but
Smelt like 10-5 of diamonds, something like that.
enough.
He makes the call.
Ice Cold Spear says it's hard to kill D, but not gonna lie, yes, my boy getting it done. And Paul Flat getting right back on the horse. 2 very playable hands back to back. Kardashians in the hole for him.
20 big blinds in the chip lead.
800.
Comes with the min this time. It gets out the way.
Oh, wow.
It's a cruel game sometimes.
It really is. This entire final table has just been so cruel. Ben Heath came in 1 of 9, out in 7th, I believe. Out in 6th, rather.
All in.
Julian Martini announces himself, and Bourbois just gets the click call with the Cowboys. Going to win this 4 out of 5 times, and he's going to have a huge chip lead.
Wow. Oh,
well.
wow.
King of spades too.
Queen, Jack, 10. Middle set for the Frenchman, but he's not out of dodge yet. Ace or a 9 would give Paul a straight. King would give him a bigger set, and obviously running spades also working for him.
Wow.
Ace, king,
On
9,
the
right?
turn.
Well, could be down to 2 million. 6-8 game. Really unfortunate for him, unless he can find a miracle river.
Ace, 9 or king needed. 9-ball corner pocket. And the Triton boss man
Finally win one.
extends his arm as a token of GG's to Julian Martini. 5th place. Get some GG's in the chat for a true legend of the game. 107k. And now the Triton head honcho, chip leader with 4 left, looking for bracelet number 1.
Absolutely. Really unfortunate run out is the hope that kills you, as we say. But a valiant effort from Martini, out in 4th place.
Appreciate it, chat. Really do. You guys have been incredibly kind
9.6
throughout this series. Glad you're all enjoying the coverage. Once again, if you haven't already, please do hit that like button.
Before I bust, will you tell me if I was dead there?
Really helps us
To give Orphan?
spread the word and reach a wider audience. As Nicky P says, before I bust, will you please give me that info?
Yeah.
Sean Deeb, gonna look him up. 7-5 of diamonds.
Domination Nation.
Huh?
Domination Nation.
You sucked out on me in the same spot earlier, so I hope I revenge it.
I'll tell you another day. No, I can't tell you when I'm playing with open, right?
And
Worth a
Nicky
shot.
P.
I feel like no matter what, I'm just dead anyway. I don't know if I'm supposed to call.
Has Deeb in rough shape. 4.4 in the middle. Oh no. 5-4-3. Deeb out flopping Nicky P. 6 would chop it. A deuce or an ace would win it for Nick Petrangelo. 1 to come. 8 clubs on the turn. Changes nothing. Hand 126 here. Will we be down to 3? River card is the 8 of hearts. And Deeb
Take it down, bro.
eliminates Nick Petrangelo in 4th place. 220,000 euros for his efforts. One of the best players in the world, upswing coach. And now up to over 27 million in total live earnings. Sean Deeb, 2 away
They come to you for advice now. How did they
from joining the 6-time bracelet winners club.
You're just used to being
Alrighty, we are back for the final table of the German Poker Days, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. All players guaranteed €4,700 at the moment, all chasing that top prize of €63,600. And first, second, third and fourth place will all take home the €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. So it is all to play for here. I know it's late, but we've got plenty more action before this is all said and done. Huge value indeed. Laggy, hello, welcome. Peter, he is the one to watch. I don't know who else is at this final table that I haven't seen play already, but he's been very controlled. Oh, there's someone to watch out for. 37.8 million. That's good for nearly 80 big blinds. That's the stack you want to watch out for, depending on how loose he's opening, which he should be opening very wide. Those yellow chips you see in front of the players are $1 million. The pinks are $500,000. The greys are 100k, and the blues are still 25k until they are taken out of play. Much for the jacket, buddy. I want that jacket. Quality. Dennis Schiller playing 37.8 million. Labo calling it off, priced in with the 8-4. Brian with the ace jack of diamonds. Labo with the 8-4 offsuit. Queen 10-3, no good for Labo. Turn is the king of spades. That's going to do it. Brian now playing €5.5 million. Labo has been eliminated. Will take home €4,700 for his efforts. All players now guaranteed €6,100, getting one step closer to securing that 10 grand ticket. Peter raising to 1.25 million with the ace king of hearts, and Dennis 3-betting to 3.5 million. Action going to be back on Peter. Who just moves all in for 20 million. If there was ever a tell for the exact strength of Peter's hand, he barely thought for a second before moving all in. It's almost always going to be ace king, sometimes jacks. As Baby A says, you sound a lot better than the last time I seen you. Great job, keep it up. If you're referring to a few hours ago, I am halfway through a flask of coffee. So that could be why I have a bit more of a pep in my step at this late hour. Not quite night, not quite morning. Somewhere around that hollow ground. As Felix, he's also playing 20 million. Another stack to watch out for. Felix raising to 1.2 million. Peter calls for 700k more to see a flop with the ace-8 of diamonds. Flop is ace-7-3. Felix definitely didn't want to see any more diamonds out there. The bet is 700k in the call, 4.5 million in the middle now as we see the turn. The turn is the deuce of spades. Peter still with top pair, 8 kicker, checking it over to Felix. Checks back and the river comes the queen of clubs. And I like this bet from Peter. It's going to get a crying call from a hand like 8s, or 9s, 10s, jacks, or a hand exactly like the one he has, a king-queen type hand. Ah, yes, baby ace. I know who you are now. Welcome. Been on the righteous path ever since, mate. I might break out on Paddy's Day. I might not. Hope you're keeping well. I would hope the money would be a good motivator to keep these guys, these gentlemen, awake at this late hour. Can't think of any better motivator really on a Monday morning. Michael raising to 1.2 million with the pocket fives. Felix with the decision in the hijack with ace queen off suit. Goes for the 3-bet. On the smaller side of things, but it doesn't really matter off this stack depth. Although maybe it does matter if Michael is going to commit extra chips with pocket fives. At least Felix will be in position with a hand as strong as ace queen. Just depends what Michael reads of this situation. Does put the fives in the muck. Baby A says 4.5 months to see if the Irish Open, just grinding bros. Best of luck on bros. Yeah, might see you there. I have a lot of college work around that time, so it just depends how it fares out. It's definitely not one to miss. It'll be tough to get accommodation around the place though for a reasonable rate. Andreas 750 more to call with the ace-8 off suit in the big blind. Does call Felix, and his 2 9s are looking good as we go to the flop. flop is 8, king, 4, 2 spades. Andreas with a piece of this second pair, top kicker. Just one overcard to Felix's 9s on the flop. Usually going to go for a C bet here. Doesn't have to bet too big. 1.2 million, something like that. Maybe a million even. 850 is the bet. Andreas quickly calling. This pot now just under 5 million. Turn card is the 6 of clubs. Turn goes check, check. River to 10 of clubs. Quickly goes check, check. Felix will take down this pot. Queens for Michael. Now, if I know my Brian, he's not going to get involved here. Raise coming from under the gun. Couple of shorties at this table. Pay jumps have to be recognised. Also, that 10 grand ticket is up for grabs. Peter raising 1.25 million. Dennis in the cutoff. Ace jack off suit. Three betting the absolute min here with the ace jack. Three betting to just 2.5 million. Peter going to see a flop. Already 6 million in the middle here. Dennis with a dominating hand with the ace jack. It gets even better on this flop. 3 diamonds out there holding the jack of diamonds. Peter having none of this. Dennis now playing the guts of 38 million at this FT. Oh yes, KML, I never answered your question about the ace king. And Belgian Beast is talking about it now as well. It just reminded me. I think it's fine to jam and just take it down. You've got an unbelievably strong hand in the ace king of hearts. You are out of position. But the speed in which he went all in just indicates ace king and jacks all day. He could have decided to flat, but because he's suited, if there is a few short stacks that he's to worry about, I think jamming is totally fine, reasonable, maybe your best option. Don't want to be inducing, don't really want to be flatting out of position. Therefore, our only other option is to jam, even though it is for 40 big blinds. Peter raising 1.25 million. Dennis ace 4 spades. Decides to just call. It'll be interesting to see him piece together another 3-bet. Decides to go with the call. Michael, 2 10s here, facing a 3-bet from Casper. Very unorthodox 3-bet off the stack depth from Casper to this sizing. I'm not a big fan. We've only 20 big blinds to start the hand. We've put in 6 big blinds here. It's not enough to get Peter to fold. And then Dennis is going to be priced in behind. But Peter just goes for it all in. This is a bit of an overkill, I think. I'd rather just see him call. This KML says, don't think you need to shove when you're 40 big blinds deep. You'll eliminate all the weaker hands. You don't want to get cooler in that ICM spot either. It is ace king, so it can't be that wrong. It's definitely not wrong. He did probably. There is ways of looking at that he did miss value. And open the door to being coolered. And then Belgian Beast makes a good point there. Yeah, people don't like playing out of position 40 deep. Or they just don't like playing out of position in general, no matter how deep you are. I personally think it's fine to just go all in with the ace king of hearts in that situation for 40 behind. If we are 50 deep plus, I would just flat. I think 40 is right on the line. Any less, I think we just go to try get it in also. Any deeper, I would like to see him go post flop. Brian with a jammable ace jack here. And the cut off. 8.5 big blinds. Michael raising the full 3x. Would you try keep it in English only in the chat, please, so we all know what you're saying about the hand? 3x going to get the job done here from Michael. Michael takes it down. Yeah, Belgian Beast makes a fair point there. You saw people fold jacks, 9s, 10s, 20 left. Yeah, it's a very good point. You don't know what people are capable of folding. It seems to be more of the team than calling tonight. What people are folding with, not calling off. $750k more for Casper to call here. He's not going to call with 10-4 of clubs. Lets it go. Nines for Adam. Andreas with the Jeffries. Adam's going to be in trouble. Does make the isolation jam. Blinds are now 300k, 600k with a 600k running. Big blind ante 366. Adam flopping huge here, flopping his set. Turn is the queen of diamonds. Andreas gonna need a jack on the river and a jack only. River is an ace. Andreas looks pissed. Adam will sit back down and now play 6.6 million. Peter raising to 1.5 million under the gun here with Jack Deuce of clubs. This is brazen considering who's on his left. Andreas going all in here for 4.2 million total, and this is the problem. Peter is going to be priced in here. It's less than 5 big blinds more to call. He's got two choices here. He calls and the whole table can see that he's opening with Jack Deuce, or he folds and the whole table knows that he's raised folding to a 7 big blind stack. Both are equally terrible. They're not equally terrible. Folding would be worse, just for the record. Peter does call 10 million in the middle. 7, 5, 4, 2 clubs. Hell of a flop for Peter. It's now a fair fight. 55% for the Jack Deuce, 45% for the King Queen. The Deuce gives Peter a pair on the turn. River is an ace. And Andreas got a really bad run of luck there. 2 hands in a row to come 8th place. Unlucky, sir. Good game. Take home €6,100 for your efforts. 6,100. So, 7 players remaining now. Peter wanting to see a flop with 9-6 off suit. Flops trips, why not? Felix with the king jack off suit from the cutoff. Peter takes that one down. Don't know how much I like that lead. Brian all in the cutoff for his last 4 mil, and Adam waking up with kings behind. What a time for Adam. Adam 81% with his kings. Brian 19% with his ace-9 offsuit. Nearly 10 million in the middle up for grabs. King in the window. King 6-7. Turn is a 9. That is going to be a quick exit for Brian. Will come 7th. That means we have now got 6 players remaining. Brian will take home €8,625 for his efforts. All players now guaranteed €11,300 minimum. 2 eliminations away from them securing that 10 grand ticket. The jumps just get bigger from here on out. And Felix raising to 1.2 million with the King Jack of Hearts. Peter 3-betting to 3 million on the button with 10-6 off suit. And now Dennis in the small blind playing 33 million to start the hand with 2 jacks. The Jeffreys. Just calling from the small with jacks. This could be trouble. There will be trouble ahead. Felix really priced in here now for 1.8 million more. Decides to let it go. Oh dear. So we are heads up to the flop. 10-6 plays jacks. Bet a 3 million and a quick call from Dennis. 14.4 million in the middle as we see the turn. Turn goes check, check. River the 6 of spades. Dennis is going to win this big pot. He'll have just shy of 42 million. Just that hand just playing out far too quickly. Neither player thinking about it for too long. Peter deciding he was done with the hand. Dennis just happy to take it down, of course, with the jacks. Peter raising from the hijack to 1.5 million with the 6-3 of spades, and Dennis calling in the cutoff for pocket eights. Felix can close out the action for 900k more with 6-5 of diamonds. We go 3 ways to the flop. Does call. What a flop for Dennis. Only problem is nobody has anything. Shows it.
Money for water. Nee, Water wie viel? How much? 2 Euro. Gibt's noch Chips?
Felix shoving in the small blind with king 8 of clubs for 16 big blinds. Adam quickly releasing. Felix with the ace-3 of spades on the button. Fires in the min. Takes it down. Casper going all in, essentially raising to 2.5 million, leaving himself with 1.8 million behind. You can see they're actually relatively deep all of a sudden. 56 big blinds apiece, 73 for Dennis, 7 for Casper. The only short stack really. Michael with 18. Felix healthy enough also. So still a lot of play left in this game. Peter getting a little bit out of line here at this stage now, raising the 4 deuce off suit from the hijack. Asking for a count. Lol. I think the jig is up for you, Peter, ever since you called it off with the jack deuce of clubs under the gun. People know what you're up to. Granted, your opponent had a very strong hand on this occasion. Relentless now is our Peter. 1.5 minutes to go with the 8 high from under the gun. I say under the gun, we are 6-handed. Peter going to be forced to call this one as well, I would think. Does call him off. Let's see what happens here. Ace 4, 6 is the flop. Casper all in and way ahead, 81% here. Peter needing a straight or some other sort of help. Straight could be made with a 5 here. Nothing's changed. Still needs a 5. Doesn't arrive. Gets the jack of hearts. Good. Double up there for Casper. Roman says there's something wrong with the Top Gun glasses. He's correcting the position every 20 seconds. Maybe it's a tell that he's opening with weak hands into the entire table. $1.3 million to go there from Casper with the aces. This could spell real trouble for Adam here because Casper with the Ronnie Rockets. There's only one move here for Adam. I would think he could decide to see a flop. Oh, this could be a disaster. I'm not sure what's going on here. He's gone to call, and now he's 3-bet to 2.6. And he might end up leveling himself into calling it off here because Casper is going to use this knowledge to his advantage. If he had a weaker hand, thinking Adam just meant to call, of course he would 4-bet jam light. And of course he's not going to be folding anything really for a min raise. Bet a 1.2 million from Adam. Well, KML, it was a misclick from Adam pre-flop. I believe he just meant to call in the small blind, but whatever way he put it out, he put out too much, and therefore he had to do a min raise. Sneaky check back from Casper on the turn, I like it. River to 5 of clubs, pairing the board. Adam only having 6 million behind. Casper going to set him in. And as played, the misclick has possible. I guess it hasn't saved Adam's tournament because he was just hoping to call in the small, but he should be happy enough he didn't rejam. It would have been game over. And now, essentially, he's free rolling with 10 bigs. That's the way I'd be looking at it. Adam's all in. Peter will be calling this one. Adam with the ace 10. Peter with the pocket nines. It's a fair fight, and it's a big fair fight. 12.9 million out there up for grabs. Peter having him well covered, of course, but it would be a hit of nearly a quarter of his stack if he was to lose this one. King Jack 6 is the flop. Peter's still ahead, but Adam with lots of outs. Turn giving Peter a set. Not home and dry just yet. He is now. Adam has been eliminated in 6th place. Will take home 11,300 euro for his efforts. That means 5 players remain. And now we are on the 10,350 euro World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket bubble. 5 remain, only 4 tickets are up for grabs. I do believe Casper is now the short stack, playing 14 million. He's not that short. Felix raising to 1.2 million and Peter on the button on the cutoff with ace jack off suit. Felix with the ace 10 off suit. Peter gets that one through with a 3-bet. So 3 players in between that 20 to 30 big blind zone. No one even remotely short. Peter and Dennis then tied for the chip lead, really. Less than 10 big blinds separating them now. Blinds are up. Small blind 400k, big blind 800k with an 800k running big blind ante. That's 400, 800, 800. Michael with the rejam for 15 bigs with the king queen of diamonds. Casper immediately releasing with his jack 8 off suit. Casper ace-9 off suit in the cutoff. Things could get slow and edgy for a little while with the ticket up for grabs. Casper essentially moving all in. 8.5 million to go. And look at this, Peter in the big blind with 9s. What is going on? Peter's hardly thinking of folding this. I know the ticket is up for grabs, but I'd be shocked to see him fold this one, knowing the way he plays at this stage. His body language would indicate he's not wanting to play his hand. Shocked to see that. That's a massive error, I think. All players need to remain composed. There's a lot at stake here. Felix jamming from the button with ace-4 off suit. Gives Peter to fold, king 9 of diamonds. Michael with the rejam with the Queen Jack and Peter. All these raises add up. He's got to be careful. Roman says the chip leader will position over top gun, have a dream seat, a dream spot to apply the pressure now, especially we have the enormous ticket added pay jump. The guy tries to wade through the situation, it really waste of potential. Yeah. What do you guys think of him folding pocket nines? I think nines are just too strong. We call eights plus. Can understand folding sevens, sixes, fives and the likes. Nine's just going to be too strong of a pair when we've 36 million. It is 11 million of our 36 million, but I think it's a golden opportunity to knock someone out. Go on to win the title. Every time they can pick up those blinds and antes, adding 2 million to their stack. Michael's shoving all in from the button of a king nine of spades. Casper now 15 bigs, Michael 25, Felix 18, 46 for Peter and 51 for Dennis. Michael raising to 2.5 million with 10, 9 of hearts. And Casper with ace queen at diamonds. Most likely just going to rejam this one. 5-handed. Yeah, it was an enormous open size, Roman. I agree. It's over 3 times the big blind. It's the same. Achieves the same by min raising in that particular spot. I think the king 9 was a good jam, but a big jam nonetheless. 8-4-3 is the flop. Felix defending with the Jack 10. $2.5 million is the bet from Peter. Casper going for the raise here to 1.7 with the Queen 10 off suit. Dennis calling in the big blind with King 7 of clubs. The flop is Ace Jack 3, 1 club. $900,000 is the bet. $3.1 million is the raise. Dennis, the non-believer here of the small bet of Casper. This is a huge jam under the gun from Michael. With just under 20 big blinds with ace-9 off suit. I don't like this. It's just too much blinds to shove here. Moxie asked, do they have a timer to think? No, they're not on a timer. We don't do clocks. Shot clocks at Kings. Players are pretty good and not taking too much time on their decisions in general from my time of commentating for Kings. I've seen one or two get a little bit out of the line, but nothing crazy. And what I mean by crazy is consistently doing the same thing. Every now and again it might happen, but it'd be a rare occurrence. All in the call, just like that. Michael all in from the small blind with King Queen. Felix snapping him off in the big blind with ace-9. This is a 60-40, not anymore. Ace in the window, ace 8-6. Turn is a king of diamonds. Michael can hit a king or a queen now. Not to be, it's the 3 of hearts. Felix going to be playing 22 million. Michael will be playing 9. So Michael now the shortest stack, playing 11 big blinds. Dennis with pocket 8s. Makes it 2.2 million to go. Felix with the open, Dennis with the defend, king, king, queen is the flop, Dennis with second pair. Felix with the betting lead from the button will take a stab at this. With a bet and a call and 7 million out there. Felix with the decision on the turn. Checks back. River is the 5. Value time for Dennis. It's 1.5 million. Felix quickly folding there. I was expecting him to call pretty quickly, but folding pretty quickly. Very nice. Michael shoving from under the gun here with a king 7 offsuit. Dennis calling with ace king suited from the small. Flop is 10, 5, 3, 1 spade. Turn is the 8 of spades. Michael in serious bother here as we hit the river. Michael going to need a 7. Cannot get it done. Michael has been eliminated in 5th place. Congrats to everyone else left. They've all secured that €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Michael will take home €14,400 for his efforts. A very loose shove there in the end with the king 7 offsuit from Michael. Perhaps a bit of impatience. 4th place now. All players guaranteed a minimum of €18,000 to go along with their ticket. They're all chasing that top prize of €63,600 and the title of the German Poker Days 2023 champion. Peter with the raise, 2.5 million. With the ace 7 offsuit, and Felix in the big blind with queen 7 offsuit. Looks like he wants to see a flop. That's very large sizing from Peter. Just over 3x. Felix lets it go. Felix into small with ace-9, shoves. Peter asking for a count with ace-4, but won't be calling 21 big blinds, blind v blind. I don't think with the ace-4 offsuit. It's got to go in the muck. Does let it go. Felix with the pocket 9s from under the gun. Well, I say it's under the gun, it's in the cutoff. Only 4 positions remain. Cut off the button, the small and the big. The rejam coming from the big blind of Casper, and Felix gonna have to be calling this one.
Sorry? Thank you,
Felix will call him off. Casper all in that risk. 22.8 million in the middle. Ace-6 off suit for Casper, 9s for Felix. Big pot for both players, big moment for them. Ace for Casper. Serious start. Felix is the one now in trouble, needing help. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. No player with a diamond. 2 pair now for Casper. A 9 and a 9 only on the river. It is the 10 of diamonds. Felix will now play 10 big blinds. Casper up to 23 million all of a sudden. Peter raising with the 6-5 of spades under the gun to 2.5 million. We'll have a short break after this hand. Going to do a chip race. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are still four-handed. We're going on a short commercial break. Be back in a few moments for the conclusion of the German Poker Days main event, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Back in a few moments.
But I always liked both. What I used to do when I started my career is I played cash as my job. That's to pay the bills. And then at night, I would go play these like nightly tournaments as dessert. So I was playing 10, 20 limit hold'em, making about $45 an hour. You know, and then I would go play these $20 tournaments of 3-buys at night because I enjoyed them, right? But it wasn't like something that I looked at as like, oh, that's a stable living, right? Like without the cash game come, tournaments are nuts.
Yeah.
It's much more difficult.
That makes a lot of sense.
So like I would stick with, I mean, I don't know how your brain works in terms of like learning two things at the same time or how much it would sacrifice, but like if cash games is where you make the majority of your money, I would, you know, still do that and then like, you know, sleep into tournaments.
That's what I've seen a lot of the guys do, and it's crazy because like I'll cover you guys, you know, like anything higher than like a 10k, and I'll feel extremely comfortable in my knowledge and understanding of what you guys are trying to achieve. That's obviously a blanket statement, but you know, from a surface level. And I do love tournaments, I do, but for me, I've just always treated poker like a lifestyle business.
Well, if you play cash, like most cash players that are good, that play deep, like playing tournaments is easier, except when it gets short. So like you'll have an advantage deep
at the start,
right? You know, when it's more like a cash game, and then you'll just have to learn the nuances of like, you know, playing really Nidian spots and, you know, ICM, boring stuff like that.
That makes sense.
Boring, but obviously really important if you're playing for money.
Yeah. Because there's so many times, man, when I'll come to a series like this and I'll be in the booth and I'll just be like, I wish I was out there playing. Like, I wish I was out there playing.
The Triton events here, anytime I miss them and I'd watch them on TV, I'm like, fuck, I want to get on a plane now and it's too late. I get such FOMO from watching them.
I can imagine. I can imagine someone like yourself as well that like plays those higher buy and stuff. I'm talking more about like the 2Ks and the 5Ks. I'm like, damn, you know.
No, for me, because also, like I play at the Poker Go studio, right? And you know, it's limited because the Asians can't come, Canadians don't come. But then you go to these Tritons and it's like the fields are 8 times bigger. You know, huge prize pool and stuff like that, and they look really juicy. So I definitely get the FOMO from that. But I want to play whenever the next Triton is. I don't know.
I don't think anything's been like officially announced yet.
I was surprised I came here because I was like sort of a little bit last minute. Leon texted me, showed me a schedule, and all of a sudden I was, this might be fun. And I had the itch, obviously, after winning the Super High Roller Bowl. I feel like the meta is in a good place for me right now, and I'm in good control of it. In terms of, you know, just controlling the pace of play, if you will. So I want to strike while the iron is hot, so people figure out what the hell I'm doing.
That's good, man. No, I'm glad to hear it, because I know it was pretty brutal. I remember watching you get to a point where, especially like the Poker Go Tour,
Selfie stick.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh man, I
didn't
trashed
see
the selfie stick. You know, that was a 250K. And it was like,
that was WSOP.
Yeah, I was on my second bullet, you know, whatever, 2 10s against David Peters. Runner, spades, he hit, you know, and I just was like at my peak, and I had this selfie stick, and it sort of half broke, and I just threw it on the ground. And then Justin Bonomo said I beat women. As a result, because I broke a selfie stick, and he's like, well, this is clearly a sign that women are afraid to play. I'm like, have you ever watched sports in your life? Have you never seen a football player throw his helmet, a golfer throws, you know, stick? It's called passion, buddy.
And you stumble across cobras and all sorts of creepy crawlies when you're out in the dark. It's too hot to wear trainers. That little layer of protection. I'm talking out my ass. We already know that the socks don't help. If a cobra wants a little snag of a toe. Chat, I'm getting delirious. Okay, we're 14 hours in. I feel like Joey Ingram on one of his deep dive investigations, minus the edibles. Shout out, Pappy. I'm saying Henry currently 3-bet jamming everything. Yeah, dodging bullets, baby. I'm going to run into it eventually. BNK said, what's the start time tomorrow? Way too early for me. I'm going to be kicking off at 1 p.m. Central European time. So 9 hours from now. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. We got a bit of a cooler here. Oh boy. Danny gonna have to pull an old rose stucco on Riyadh, who sucked out with the 10s against Queens for the chip lead pot against Punam Punsri earlier on. And well, 110 dead. Not helping the young Dane. Big blinds effective. Lift off time, chat. Danny does announce himself, and he is in rough shape. Already seen a 10 dead. Heart's working for him, but he's going to need to pull a miracle out of the hat. 14 hours into the day. 5 cards away from elimination. Could have been a spot earlier. Riyadh just gets to click call, cards on their backs. 2.9 million chip pot. 43 left in the record breaking World Series of Poker Europe main event. If the Frenchman can hold, it's going to be up to over 5.4 million. 9-5 deuce. Berkmost drawing to 1 out twice for his tournament life. 8 of diamonds changes nothing other than the tease of it being 4 across. 10 of spades and a 10 of spades only. No dice. Gonna lose Danny Berkmos in 43rd. GG's, chat. Punsry with the queens, second time in the space of 2 orbits. Up against Reard. Comes with the 3-bet on the button to 200k. Start off this hand around about 45 effective. How deep are we here? 43 button. I mean, it's button v hijack. It's a very aggressive, very competent Pranat Punsri. Wow, he does announce all in. Chat, this is a chip lead pot here.
Wow.
And a snap call from Punsri. And again, he sees that he's got his opponent drawing 2 outs. Chat, this is the biggest tournament of the feature table after 13 hours of play.
Yeah, yes. I know. Queens again. Wow, good luck. Queen 2.
Well, well, well.
Possible.
Jack 5-3, all clubs. Reard picking up a bunch of outs and just has Punsri dead on the turn.
Hey, my friend, zweimal Queens verloren.
What can you do?
Wow. Queen, zweimal hoch.
Wow. Takes it on the chin like an absolute champion. Pranat Punsri saying, what can you do?
Wow, nice.
Has Zidek drawing to 2 outs.
Nice.
Queens against 9s.
1.1.
Again for a chip lead pot.
1.1, yeah. 1.1, yeah. 1.6.
9 on the flop. Now had Reard drawing to 2 outs.
1 for 50.
Queens against 10s.
This is
Gets 4 flushed. Pranat Punsri still smiling somehow. Says, what can you do? I tell you what, chat.
1,450,000.
Wow.
That man on your screens right there.
450? Yeah.
Remember the name. Pranat Punsri. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that young man from Thailand.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for more action live from the King's Resort in Roswitha for the conclusion of the German poker days. Small blind is a $500,000, big blind $1 million with $1 million running big blind ante. $500,000, $1 million, $1 million. I like this level, very easy to calculate exactly how many big blinds each player has. Peter 3xing from the small blind here with King 4 off suit and Dennis in the big with 5 deuce of hearts. Stalled the ball before letting it go. Felix all in for 6 bigs. Dennis calling in the small with ace queen off suit. Felix going to be at risk here. 13.4 million in the middle. Felix going to need an 8 or some form of other help. Up is king 5-6. No help to Felix. Dennis 4-1 favourite as we hit the turn. Turn is a juicy one. It gives Felix an open ender now. River is the jack of diamonds. Dennis has eliminated another player. This time it's Felix Grossman. He has secured that ticket and will take home 18,000 euro for his efforts. Well played, Felix. Unlucky in the end, sir. Good game. All 3 players remaining now guaranteed a minimum of 24,800 euro. Casper now 3rd place. Last in chips still playing 20 big blinds, which is still fine. Of course they're going to get eaten alive with these blinds, whacking them every second hand. Casper with the rejam from the small with the king deuce of clubs. Dennis with the ace-5 offsuit. It's a grand hand to call with, but I'm not sure if he'll risk it. He does let it go. Casper with the min raise to 2 million. Peter all in for 35. Big blinds from the small with queen, jack of clubs. Decision back on Casper. Feels a bit like Peter is getting itchy feet. Itchy feet in his seat. Casper showing an ace before folding. Dennis in the small with ace jack off suit. Raises to 2.5 million. Casper with the jack 8 off suit in the big. We'll see a flop. Seven three deuce. Bet of 3 million for Dennis will take it down. Casper, king queen off suit in the small blind. Just calls. Seven, 7, 9 is the flop, an open ender for Peter. Peter betting 2 million. Casper calling. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. Check from Casper. Peter gonna fire a second barrel, it looks like. Peter up to 42 million now. Peter with ace-6 in the small. Dennis king 10 of spades in the big. $8 million already in the middle as we see the flop, which is king 8 5. Top pair for Dennis. Peter going for the full 3x from the button with the ace-8 offsuit to take down the blinds and antes. Casper 14 bigs in the small, moves all in. Peter calling with pocket sevens. 29.6 million in this one. Casper 41% with his king 9 offsuit. Peter with the walking sticks 59%. Classic flip. Ace Jack 5 is the flop. Great start for Peter. Backdoor clubs will work for Casper also. Peter still has to dodge a lot of outs, and that's not one of them. The King of Spades rolling off on the turn. River the 8 of Spades. Now Casper will play a larger stack than Peter. 29 big blinds will play, 26 will play the rest of the chips in play for Dennis. That's how things stand now, three-handed. Dennis needs to just keep pounding on the two boys now with a 2-1 chip lead. Dennis with the 3-bet on Peter with the ace-6 offsuit, taking it down. Oh my God, look at this. Peter waking up in the big blind with kings. Casper shoving 25 big blinds effective with threes. This is a disaster. Got a feel for Casper here, running straight into a monster like this. What a find for blind v blind. But look at this. Casper flopping quads. Amazing. Wow, Quadzilla in the house at this hour of the morning. And I think that's it. Peter is going to be gone in third place, just like that. Eliminated. 24,800 euro for Peter. Really entertaining player to watch. Unlucky, sir. Good game. That means we are going to go heads up like that. Bing, bang, boom. Just like that. We are heads up for the German Poker Days title. First place, 63,600. The second place finisher will take home 35,300. So this is a huge heads-up battle. Nearly 30,000 euro in the difference between first and second. And this is a very deep heads-up battle. 70 bigs playing 53. Believe they're just setting things up behind us for this heads-up battle that's about to commence.
Nie można. Zakaz jest. Chęta na 150 000 tylko. Co to dla mnie? $43 miliony. Więcej, 50 ileś.
It's 8-5-4, all clubs, 2 pair for Casper. Flush now for Dennis with the deuce of clubs. Skinny ass, no deal. Officially, no deals allowed at Kings. Officially. Ace-4 is the flop. Casper checking. Dennis betting. Casper folding. Ace-3 deuce is the flop. Bit of 1 million from Casper. Big call from Dennis with an inside straight draw. Some backdoors. Turn is a 10 of hearts. Good off for a lead here. Would stop our opponent betting all their draws. Steady just checks. Gives up. Ace-3 deuce is the flop. Dennis with the flush draw. 70 million now he's playing. Betson takes it down. Jack 9-8 is the flop. What a flop for Casper. Problem is Dennis doesn't have anything, just 6 high. Dennis with the raise to 3 million. Casper 3 betting to 11.5 million with the Queen 4 off suit. Ill timing because Dennis just has it. Five 4 deuce is the flop. The raise and the call. This pot's getting interesting. 13 million in the middle, 7 on the turn. $6.5 million is the bet from Dennis, having check raised the flop. River is a king of clubs. This pot with 26 million in it. $10.5 million is the bet from Dennis. Don't see Casper folding this. But Dennis did. Check raise the flop. Bet the turn and now betting the river. And we have the ace in our hand. Blocking straights. Big swing and a shift of momentum towards Casper now. You can see that in front of your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. They are dead even stacks. Ace queen here for Dennis. King 6 off suit for Casper. Casper raising it up to 4.5 million here. Dennis with the decision. I would have liked to see him just call there in position. Dennis folding on the button. Casper getting a walk with his ace jack. 8-5 deuce is the flop. Top pair for Dennis. This is Casper who's betting with his inside straight draw. Betting a call. Turn is the deuce of diamonds. Dennis checks. Casper checks behind. River is the king of diamonds. Dennis with an open ender here and top pair for Casper. Betting a call, and the turn is a deuce of hearts. 11.6 million in the middle. It was actually a raise on the flop and a call. Turn goes check, check. River the eight of spades. Dennis with a call of a queen high. Let's see what his opponent is up to. Casper completing on the button with queen 10 offsuit. And Dennis in the big with ace queen. Casper calling the additional 3 million, almost 10 million in the pot as we see the flop, which is queen 10 9. Wow, what a hand. Dennis with top pair, top kicker. Casper flopping top two. Casper shoves everything all in. Dennis makes the call. 117 million in this pot. Casper with top two pair. Dennis with top pair, top kicker. This is sick. 84% for Casper to take down this title here and now. Turn is the king of spades. And the river. Oh my God, it's the ace of diamonds. Sick. The re-suck out on the river here. Top two pair now for Dennis. And Casper going to be left with 5 bigs.
Chciałem dla protekcji wsunąć, bo na króla bym się zżywał.
All in from Dennis with the queen 9, Casper with the queen 3, making the call. And Dennis is one board away from taking down the title of the German poker days, a German champion for 2023. Both players have played a great game, both worthy champions. Casper getting unlucky there in that last hand. Can he spike a 3 and get himself back in here, or is it going to be Dennis's morning? Here's the flop. King 7-4, no help to Casper. Turn is the queen of diamonds. Casper going to need a 3 or his main event will be over in second place. River is the ace of diamonds. Unlucky Casper. You take home €35,300. But there is your champion, ladies and gentlemen. Dennis Schiller from Germany is your German Poker Days champion. Does take home €63,600. Both players getting that 10 grand ticket, of course. Okay, that was a sick night of poker all the way into the morning. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. My name is Dan. I'm your man. Good night. Good morning. See you next weekend.